Army kits right now.
6.5 minutes left in this opening half. 1-0 are the league leaders. Cooper, decisive ball for Enrique Pimenta, jogging on the spot to claim Morland's second.
Goal scorer for Morland, number 17, Enrique Pimenta.
Week in, week out, Ricky doing what he does best on a futsal court. To love, mind you, are the Blues.
Cracking corner routine. Cooper, you could hear Milton Sakos urging to leave the space for Pimenta, who pierced it into the back of the net.
Cicek! It bowled up towards him, hence it had a bit of flight on it. But Milton Sakos has called for a timeout. He's got a big grin on his face currently. He's happy with what his side has produced. So we cross to a short timeout break. 2-0 the Blues. Back in a moment. Oh, we've got our notes wrong. Apologies to Anthony Haddad. That's not Baldado. We do apologise. And I'm sure Anthony won't be too pleased with that, but we haven't seen him exactly come to life yet in this one. He's had his moments here and there. And currently, oh, Ethan, just question. Of course, Guerrero's a decent taker of a spot kick, but when you've got Haddad lurking, a renowned goal scorer, just a bit of an eyebrow raise as to why it wasn't him that, well, took that golden opportunity for the Black Army.
It was a strange one, wasn't it? Especially since Haddad has hit the court running in super fashion as well. In terms of in front of goal and what he's brought to Hume, I would have had him probably first choice over Guerrero. Maybe they missed the trick and Morland got away with one.
Cooper. Dos Santos crying out for the ball. Steps inside, Swedan. Cooper. Chip ball for Swedan. Katambis came. Will be the Blues side ball. Morland looking to land the dagger. Try to find their third. Cooper short for Swedan. Fizzed in with pace. Turkman had to be instinctive to clear.
It's a terrific touch from Turkman in the first place to take it in and then to clear his lines, but you're completely right, Adam. Hume right now are playing with fire. Having had so much promise and so many chances, they can't afford to concede a third.
Pimenta. It's a routine. And Karatambis had to watch it just go wide of his post. The Blues looking a little bit comfortable right now. Hume looking to get reinventive. Wonder what Kolak's got up his sleeve. Swedan. Dos Santos takes a touch forward. Clanaris went one way. Dos Santos went the other. Swedan trying to find the opening. Cooper steps towards commentary side where Dos Santos will take the ball. Central Pimenta. He's there with Cicek, and now Swedan can fire. Kartambis can save. Bravo, says Milton Sakos.
It's the best we've seen from Morland in this first half. Controlled possession finally for the Blues. And Hume were nearly made to pay. Super strike from Sedan. Good pair of hands from Kartambis.
Both sides calming down. No late challenges or lunges. Clanaris, back heel for Cicek. Hume's turn to just hold possession. Haddad waiting to come back on. He's back on. Cicek. Turkmen. Trying to get around Swedan. Pastelakis. Made it look easy. Looked a little bit inconvenient. Swedan turning from Cicek. Had Pimenta on for the pass. Ball's going to roll out of play. Dare I say 4.5 minutes left in this first half. 2-0 are the Morland Blues.
And they've looked relatively good for that advantage as well. Certainly the last 5 minutes, the Blues have come into this game. Hume are ruining those early missed opportunities. And they just need to find a way of hanging in there until the break. If they can snatch a goal to get back into it, even better. But Kolak's got to come up with a remedy to rally the troops and get them back into this game, because they've had looks and they're not far away from it. They can't just be demoralised. They have to keep coming at the Blues. That's how you get a result.
Haddad, Guerrero. Trying to calculate something now, perhaps. For Hume is Guerrero. DeMello, lateral. Cicek takes it on. Pastelakis has his palm stung. Cicek. Guerrero. Hume can find something before the cusp of half-time. And that would change the complexion of this game. Haddad and Dos Santos come together. Both sides just nearing that edge of another foul. Haddad! Nice save by Apostolakis.
This is the right thing that Hume are doing in testing Apostolakis, who hasn't looked the most comfortable so far tonight. He's made the saves when he's needed to and has done just enough, but by testing him, they're drawing him into potentially a mistake.
Guerrero. DeMello. Dos Santos takes charge. Haddad wanted the foul. DeMello. The Blues really just sitting back. Hume overplaying it. But, well, the man in yellow having a chat to both Haddad and Dos Santos. They've been, let's just say, ruffling each other's feathers.
They've certainly acquainted one another throughout this first half so far, of Anthony Haddad and Kevin Dos Santos, telling them just to bring it to a simmer prior to the break. Wouldn't you hate to give away a spot kick before half-time? It's Pimenta. Rolls it now for Dos Santos. Cicek's given the task of marking him. Adam Cooper gave it away to Cicek. And now Guerrero. Hume, can they find one on the break? Haddad, lovely ball. Ethan DeMello. Apostolakis does well. Palmed it away to Pimenta. Happy to see it trickle out, but Christos Apostolakis, Adam, that was his first real, proper, promising save.
Not sure if I agree, Ethan, to be honest. He's had a couple so far. It's another one he's had to make. He's been busy. And now Hume trying to carve something up. Well, weren't too far away there as Pimenta. Dos Santos, first time for Cooper. Still with the Blues. They'll calm it down on the counter. D'Souza at the back post. Cooper! Completely wrong foot in that of Katambis. Guerrero. Asked a lot of DeMello. 2.5 minutes left in this first half. Guerrero. Strength. Again there from Haddad. Apostolakis, quick roll now for D'Souza. Already has one tonight. Katambis absorbs it. DeMello. Really not sure where to go. The Blues on the prowl.
Excellent press, Robson, D'Souza. And Katambis does rather well to save it in the end. He sort of has to sprawl himself because it's at an awkward height. It dips devilishly at the last minute. And he gets enough on it in the end. But Morland are trying to suffocate Hume prior to the break now and see if they can treble their lead, having just survived a bit of a scare.
Lovely. It would have been from the Blues. First time pass from Pimenta, just not reaching D'Souza. The idea was certainly there, and Katambis has just gone on a bit of an adventure. Trying to find Cicek, had to get instinctive. Trying the backheel scorpion. Does work. Ask Pimenta. He tried it last week. at the same end of the court, mind you. Is there any late drama in this opening half? To Santos for Cooper. Rare sighting. Cooper squanders possession.
Uncharacteristic, and you wanted late drama. Hume now have an opportunity to halve the deficit, land a big blow going into half-time.
Cicek. Deflecting ball. Will favour Apostolakis. D'Souza has Pimenta. Robson wanted to go alone, and well, surprised the window hasn't broken there. He hit it. Did he hit it? Just wasn't, I'm sure, what he envisioned. What can happen here? Gratambis full out of Ramadan. Trying to cut the lines for Cicek. Two captains come together. Cicek in disbelief. De Santos, devilish the way he played it. And now the Blues can look for a 3-goal advantage on the cusp of half-time.
Smart from De Santos, very, very smart. He just drew Cicek closer and closer, and in the end, it looks like he bundles him over, but there isn't an awful lot of contact, enough to bring him down, and it gives Adam Cooper a chance to fully lash one at Gratambis.
Guerrero getting chatty with Cooper as he gets to work against Gratambis, and he puts it over the crossbar. Perhaps looking to keep Guerrero quiet. Might have gotten his head. DeMello gets around D'Souza. Is there something at the other end? DeMello! Shakes his head. He was decent there.
Brilliant save. Brilliant save. Apostolakis does not see that until very, very late at all. Goes through two bodies and he gets the right amount of contact just to tip it over.
21 seconds left in this first half of futsal for round 15. Guerrero, DeMello. Time ticking. It's valuable. DeMello for Ramadan. They got to pull the trigger soon, you think. Hume. DeMello. Guerrero, they have to go now. DeMello, lovely first touch. Can't get around D'Souza. Pimenta wanted the ball and he's furious, Ethan.
He's absolutely fuming, Enrique Pimenta. It's not the first time Robson's gone for goal. Instead of trying to roll it into his path at the back stick, I think that one might have just been the boiling point. Maybe he had less time than he thought.
The call from the Hume bench is to get up. Cooper, Guerrero tries to control it. Sliding he was. Into the boards he goes. It's only seconds left in this first half. Long ball, Cicek gets his foot in front of it. Still going here. And now Morland's turn maybe for something late. Pimenta goes out again. This half just doesn't want to end.
We know what happened the last time we got inside the final 5 seconds of a half of futsal the Blues played in. Is lightning about to strike twice?
Pimenta, reverse pass, Dos Santos! Gratambis with a big save, had to follow up. Corner the Blues.
Incredible goalkeeping.
But it won't seem to matter, mind you, Ethan, considering that will save Hume on the bell. Half-time in this one. 2-0 lead the league leaders, Morland Blues. D'Souza on the scoreboard, as is Enrique Pimenta, as we cross to half-time. D'Souza to get us kick-started for the second half. The foul tallies completely scratched. As we've gone live, we're back for some more action. The Blues with a 2-goal lead in this one. They could have made it through on the cusp of half-time. Much to say the same, where Hume could have clawed one back. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi to take you through the second half.
It's been one of those evenings so far, hasn't it? Chances are plenty at both ends. Morland nearly trebled their advantage, but thanks to some brilliant goalkeeping from Vassos Kartambis, who was a rather late into Darabin tonight. He's well and truly made up for that, but Hume shouldn't be disheartened.
Turkman steals possession back and wants to say hello to Apostolakis, who had his arms raised, saying, was there anything sinister there maybe? Pimenta was in firm conversation, Ethan, that you caught perhaps throughout the halftime break with Robson D'Souza. Meanwhile, Vlismas worked a tight angle. Klinaris trying to get creative. Lots of talking points everywhere, but already a test at one end for the man in red.
Good save from Apostolakis. He gets down well, but this is good from Hume. This is what Colac would have wanted them to do at the start of this second half. Go out and try and halve this deficit as soon as possible. You can see how quickly momentum shifts, and the Black Army are going about it in the right way.
Hamza Swade flirting with fire. Klinaris couldn't latch on. Kartambis came a long way. Pimenta, lovely ball. If Dos Santos can get there, he keeps it in the captain. Confronted by Swade. Cooper backtracks. Pimenta. Dos Santos, hop, skip and a pass. D'Souza, back to Dos Santos. Blocked by Klinaris. Vlismas going one way then the other. Still running to number 6 for Hume. Big slide from Ricky.
Massive challenge. Enrique Pimenta on the break. Vlismas got round 1, was looking to go round 2. But the movement from Adam Cooper to keep that Morland attack alive at the other end was massive for them as well.
Pimenta, play resumes. D'Souza. That's late from Turkman. There's no surprises there, really. Any conversations happening everywhere about the foul count? It's having its say in this one. Pimenta and Cooper having a chat about the free kick. Who's got the iron foot here? Cooper's got a long run up towards the ball on approach. Pimenta having a chat to the official. Says, how's it going? We'll find out shortly after this free kick, won't we, Ricky? Wanted to nickname him the slippery fish. Josh said no. Well, Henrique, who played for Brisbane Roar, a Brazilian who really tore it up in Australia, marches Pimenta as Cooper gets to work, rolls it forward. That of another Brazilian Aussie. Make it Robson D'Souza, who just couldn't guide the ball home.
Big chance for Robson D'Souza to get himself a brace. It opened up so nicely to him. The only thing that maybe put him off, it might have taken a slight bobble, that ball from Adam Cooper just before he went to strike it, but he's wide open. Huge let-off for Hume.
Pimenta. Dos Santos. Cooper. Exchange possession. Vlismas turning one way. Getting sold. Big block. This ball ricochets off a couple of opposing shirts. Pimenta. Dos Santos. Cooper. Wanted to make his captain run. Klinaris comes across. Swade has support if he can get his move right. It's Hamza Swade, whose side nets.
Had Turkman arriving at the back post, Swade, if he just wanted to drill it across, but him and Klinaris do brilliantly to keep it alive for Hume and to work that attack. But in that case, you've just got to try and go across the goalkeeper, even for it to get a touch.
Cooper, Swedan. Twisting, turning, not finishing. Such a smooth operator, Ahmed Swedan. Just glides effortlessly around the court. Kartambis. Haddad holds it up. De Mello, isolated. That might have come off the post, Ethan. Happened also quick.
Ricocheted off the back post of that goal, but that's so much better from Anthony Haddad. That's where Hume have looked their best with him in the last few weeks when Kartambis has fizzed it into his feet. He's been able to take it under and bring everyone in around him. It gets them up the court, and all of a sudden, the opposition find themselves pushed back 5 yards.
Haddad tried it off the fly. Pimenta! Oh, well, clearance. Who knows what could have happened. Kartambis had to be alert. Swedan just rampaging forward. Ahmed Swedan. Kartambis with another intervention, the young goalkeeper. You can see Anthony Haddad really trying to remain involved, use his physicality. It's been there in glimpses, but perhaps not full use yet. As this one ticks on. Cooper, Swedan. Pimenta a not wide option. Had a bit more time than he expected there, perhaps, Pimenta.
Certainly did. It just opened up for him. Guerrero sat off a bit more than expected. He might have just maybe thought about cutting inside if he assessed his options. But it's a well-worked corner from Morland, where they might have panicked in that first half. Swedan took his time, rolled it to Cooper. They were able to get that switch in motion. And it gave them an opportunity where if Enrique Pimenta had it back, he might have liked to do a bit better.
Guerrero not around Cooper. Batagos wants to barnstorm. Guerrero now the other way. Haddad in support. Guerrero trying to hold it up. Had two players to get around. Very crafty, but both, well, New South Wales players there. Trying to carve something from nothing. Swedan stepping inside De Mello. Sees the ball out of play. On comes Chichik. An assumption might be, Ethan, that you expect to see a lot of the New South Wales players in this second half. Kostelakis short to Santos. Cooper awaits the cavalry. He's gone out of play, Cooper. Corner Hume.
Good press to Mello. Does really well just to strangle Cooper's options, force him back and back until he doesn't realise he's out of play, and it gives Hume a corner.
Kartambis, Guerrero. Has sight for goal, Guerrero. He hit it very sweetly. As it just continued to loft, and all over the bar it went.
He's looked the most likely, Jordan Guerrero, so far for Hume when it's come to that goal-scoring threat tonight. Every strike he's caught very sweetly. So don't be surprised if they start to run their attacks probably more through him.
Oh, Swedan with a brilliant ball over the top, and Kartambis was alert to the danger. Swedan. Cooper. Dos Santos. Batagos. Lurking in an advanced area. There he is, Batagos. Swedan takes charge. De Mello reinstates possession, wants to go on a run. Batagos standing challenge. Santos gets it back, and we rekindle for the Blues.
Lovely work from Kevin Dos Santos, who just picked it up smoothly. Now rolled it to Adam Cooper. But if it stays the way that it is right now, Adam, it will be Morland's first clean sheet since March.
Cooper. Can't play the lateral ball. Dos Santos, the Blues just having the control right now. They've seemed to have figured out the patterns. You've seen Hume's players really try to get a bit unique in their approach. Trying to get the game back on their terms, and they have struggled recently with just trying to get some efforts. Clean ones at that. On goal towards Apostolakis. Cooper, Swedan, having very good games, the two gentlemen right now. More with this man, Swedan. Flicks it back to Cooper. Batagos, Cooper taking charge. Kartambis, have to see it out of play for a corner.
Just hit with too much venom from Adam Cooper. Kartambis took no chances, he took no risks, palmed it away to safety even at the expense of a corner.
Dos Santos. We'll go back to Apostolakis. He'll go long for Cooper. More advanced now. AC3. Dos Santos! Brilliant save by Kartambis. Very well kept.
Excellent goalkeeping again from Kartambis. That is a beautiful ball from Adam Cooper to slice Hume open. And Dos Santos tried to go low. If he'd have gone the loft, he might have been a bit more successful, but that's superb goalkeeping.
Brilliant save by a young aspiring goalkeeper of Kartambis. At least we think he's young. We hope that Kolak isn't having us on. We know he's studying. Remain a bit of a mystery until then, perhaps, until we get a bit more acquainted with Kartambis. Of course, was here in January for Nationals with New South Wales. As were many players on court currently. And more to think, Ethan, that we're already nearly at the halfway point of 2025. It's been a lot of futsal to unpack, and, well, of course, this season just coming to its conclusion. We're nearing the, well, final third of it now. This makes you think, of course, moving forward next season, what is to transpire?
It really depends. I think Hume are an interesting case when it comes to next season. If they can keep a hold of some of their acquisitions this season, if they can keep that interstate expansion going, then they may be able to cause a bit more of a crash on the top four than they have. That slow start this season killed them, but for Morland, as it stands, they might be looking to go back-to-back, but there's still a lot to play.
Guerrero and Swaran coming together. Both benches getting a bit more vocal. Still a lot of futsal left in this one. Only 2 goals in which the Blues lead by. They trailed for the first time last week, and they had great resolve to come back. Chichek, lovely touch, threw a boot at it. Got a corner from nothing, the captain.
Once again, disciplined Morland defending. Adam Cooper in the right place at the right time, as has so often been the case tonight. Chichek does wonderfully well to get away from Pimenta, but just as he's about to pull the trigger, Cooper steps in.
Chichek unmarked, got his feet right, and will ask for it again. Trying to unside Apostolakis, it goes wide of the post.
Chance, huge chance. One of the better ones that Hume have crafted in this second half, and it's now dwindling away for them a little bit with those chances.
Cooper trying to find Norbury. You can see him just get frustrated. Pimenta got in the way of it. Chichek pressing Swadan. Apostolakis long. Guerrero lofting, heads away. In sync are the Blues. Can they find something to, well, get them another goal? Kartambis called upon again. Chichek out of real estate. And currently, the arm grip in which Morland have on their Turkish rivals, Ethan, it's getting stronger.
They'll be going to 14 straight tonight if it stays as it is. 13 usually maybe unlucky for some, but the Blues right now are not finding any of that superstitious misfortune.
It's perhaps a change in the tide, considering how many times Fitzroy have come up against Morland and, well, had moments of clutch nature. Think of the Nationals of Cosi Russo, you think of Corey Swool in Season 2's second encounter. Everything was on the line, really. What a big, very big and late challenge from Pimenta. Guerrero went for a slide, but no exaggeration of the means of the matter, considering that was very late from Pimenta. My word.
Stonewall yellow card for Enrique Pimenta. It's the first time he's really lashed out in a challenge like that tonight. That was awfully late on Jordan Guerrero. And although the second half hasn't had as many fouls, that fire is still present there. And Pimenta now is just on a little bit of a tightrope until the end of the game, considering how important he is for Morland. They can't risk him getting a second yellow. They can't risk anything like that again from him. That was a nasty one.
Looked a lot worse in person, I'll tell you that much. Sleeping dogs currently lying, but as the game goes on, they might just wake up. But Guerrero has a spot kick opportunity. His effort was saved onto the post directly from the spot. The wall in front of him. Guerrero tries to shape it. Haddad and Cicek look on as it ricochets everywhere and goes out for a corner.
Postolakis gets the final touch on it at the back post. It's a save he doesn't know a lot about, but it was instinctive.
He knew about that one. Cooper wanted no nonsense and it hits the roof. Haddad really trying to just make his presence felt. Nearly with a goal there. DeMello. Haddad can't go around Pimenta. Guerrero takes charge. He ball rolls his way through. Cooper will pick him up as play will resume. No, Warren Apostolakis out of play.
Adam Cooper just testing that knee out behind play. Clutched at it straight away after that tangle with Guerrero. He looks to be okay, but he's a man who's been in the wars a bit lately.
Guerrero. Ramadan. Back to Guerrero. Cicek lurking. Guerrero gets around that of Cooper. $1 million move, but the finish was 10 cents.
It's another huge opportunity for Guerrero and for Hume to try and get themselves back into this game. A goal changes everything. They would still be in it. Momentum would swing back their way, but one of these chances they have to take soon because Morland will not stop giving them away.
12 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and well, it's too soon to say the next goal is so important, but on this one, they're hard to come by. DeMello, measured ball for Guerrero. He was infiltrating. Well, ask Apostolakis about the setup. He won't have many things nice to say. Ethan, actually, what did he say there?
Didn't rate it, I think, is what we can repeat on broadcast, but he got his angles right. Actually adjusted himself really well by moving across just before Guerrero went for the strike, and instead of being forced into a dive, was forced into a simple parry.
Story goalkeeper wasn't very happy about that. DeMello, Guerrero loses the ball. Cooper sidesteps Guerrero. DeMello reads the play nicely. Gets around Cooper. Pimenta on yellow cards, still wanting to slide. Corner Hume.
That sliding challenge a lot better than his last adventure, but then again from Enrique Pimenta, taking no chances. It's time where Morland now need to play this smart as Hume are looking to just come a bit more.
DeMello near post, Swadan sees it out of play. Milton Sakos having a firm chat with Robson de Souza. He wants him to run firmly. What we've overheard on commentary. Cicek with a slip. Can't really blame him considering it's just been very dewy in here. The mop will be called upon again. Well, it's a little bit balmy, perhaps. That's not helping things either. Sweaty conditions almost.
Certainly in here, it's a grisly day outside. It was wet on the way in. It's been on and off that sort of rain in Melbourne. We're getting to that late autumn, early winter stage, and some of that has transferred its way onto court. Not helped with the steam and the sauna-like conditions this game has pulled up.
You just hear it. All the screeches. Not many last week, but many tonight. Swadan. Rahan Ali, Razor back on court. Trying to cut through Clanaris. Swadan. Rahan Ali. Back for Swadan. Such fluent build-up play from the Blues, but yet again they couldn't just find the finish.
It's lovely from Rahan Ali. It's a player who we haven't seen as involved more often as we maybe would have thought tonight, but that was an excellent bit of build-up play. Great ball to find. Swidanu was coming in at the back post, and all he had to do was keep it down, and instead could turn it over. Hume let out of jail once again.
And Pimenta just claiming that, well, there might have been a high hand there from Vlismas. The ref with a quick chat. Away we shall go. Rahan Ali couldn't really do much from that angle of obscurity.
Just quickly, do you think Milton Sakos maybe saved Rahan Ali for this time in the game in particular, someone who's got immense skill and someone who's got that ability to hold the ball up so well and pick a pass to get them out of trouble if he knew Hume were going to push?
It's hard to disagree with, but you know, you just simply never know what Milton Sakos has up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Lismas, big stumble, down goes Pimenta. Hibby also having a conversation or two. Postalakis, Rahan Ali, all by himself, the Kiwi international. Dos Santos just gets enough on it towards Pimenta. He wants Swedan to move. Stepping inside was Swedan. Turkmen committed. Corner Morland.
Starting to get some joy down that right-hand side now that they've overloaded it with Pimenta and Swedan, two players who like to try and carve their way indoors. Swedan's got that difference to him where his ability allows him to dart straight back down the line, and that's where they're creating those gaps and those pockets just to keep finding each other.
Swedan, chipping ball for Dos Santos. It will take a bit of doing to sit it down. Swedan, Rahan Ali wants acceleration of Morland's number 63 to kick in, although the ball will run out of play. Nearing the halfway mark of this second half. It's been tight. Morland have enjoyed their 2-goal lead. Nothing's changed on the scoreboard. Full onus on the Black Army to take the game to the Blues. Lismas, deceptive. He thought he was going to lash that ball into Pimenta.
Drew him in.
Drew us in too.
Drew us in as well. We all thought he was going for a bit of a no-nonsense or a long ranger from Vlismas, who's had a couple of bright sparks tonight. Maybe hasn't got involved as much as Hume would want, but he's had his moments.
Like the idea from Kartambis to get a bit more provocative. He had Klanaris, but he just couldn't control the ball. You're going to see that more and more as the game goes on. From the Hume goalkeeper, he loves to have the ball at his feet and showcase. That's a part of his game.
He's an adventurous keeper, Kartambis, and I think that's a good dimension for Hume to have, especially in situations like this, where they're chasing the game. He allows them to play fifth man without having to actually sacrifice the goalkeeper, because he's good with the ball at his feet. He's got a wicked shot on him as well, and he does like the opportunity to venture beyond half court.
Turkmen, Klanaris, Vlismas, Hamza Swade. Turkmen, Swade. Can't get around Swedan. Vlismas comes in, ball in hot dispute right in the middle of the court. Klanaris asked a bit of Vlismas. He liked the idea.
Did like the idea. It was inventive from Klanaris. And that bit of adventure is something that Hume need to bring more of as the time ticks down, as the opportunities become a bit few and further between. They need that willingness to just take a risk, to try and play that ball when the Blues are looking to step up. That time they weren't quite on the same page, but expect to see more of that from Klanaris.
Apostolakis. Kartambis. Confident goalkeeping. Turkmen has to get around Rahan Ali. Ball does not stay in play. Ethan, we had a good view of that. If you're the official, what do you make of it?
The officials have given it out of play. It was tight. It was very tight. Turkmen's protest saying it was still on the line. The whistle is the whistle.
It was very, very tight. Swedan now on leadership duties. The instructions. Hamza Swade has room to shoot! Brilliant stop, Apostolakis.
Wonderful goalkeeping, Christos Apostolakis. It's the first real time again for a little bit that he's been called upon, but whenever he's had to tonight, he's been up to the task and he's been up to some pretty good hits. There's another slip at him. It's one of those nights.
Even Pimenta was saying, what's going on here? Well, the froth mop called upon. And it's the same pocket of space again. That's been the culprit. It's not helping Hume. We were mentioning before, Ethan, at half-time, you saw both Robson D'Souza and Pimenta having a firm conversation. Do you know what they were talking about, maybe?
Unfortunately, I don't speak Portuguese, so I couldn't give you the exact translation, but my guess is those opportunities in the first half where D'Souza went for the shot instead of trying to find Pimenta at the back post when he'd broken a yard away. They were certainly animated, the two Brazilians.
Dos Santos. Bodies hit the floor. Sweden wants a card to come out to be the colour of the official's jersey. I think those protests won't really be much more than that. Morland free kick. Rahan Ali. Sweden. Big slide from Turkmen, who goes into the book. The Hume bench having a chat. And that's 5 fouls for the Black Army. They're up against it already, and that's not going to help them.
That is the last thing that Hume needed in order to get back into this game. They'd had some good looks in this second half as well, but the difference here now is that Morland, with that advantage, are playing with a lot more composure and a lot more patience, and it's drawing Hume in. And Turkmen's dive in on Sweden is an example of the frustration that's come as a result of that. Now Hume are on a tightrope. They have to be perfect from here.
Pimenta, Sweden, they work it in towards the box. Great use of the body from the big men. Ramadan, Guerrero in support. Chance might be here for Hume. Ramadan tried to find the back post. Turpin with a stab. Dos Santos trying to wheel away. They've got to be cautious, Hume. They simply cannot concede another foul.
You heard it the second that Dos Santos and Turkmen got even remotely close to each other. The call is for no foul. It's smart from Kevin Dos Santos to drift down the line and draw those two players, working himself into a tight space but keeping possession.
Pimenta, Rahan Ali. Sweden, Pimenta, Guerrero in possession. How quick was Pimenta to just try, have his presence felt on Guerrero. De Mello wants to travel with the ball. Can't utilise a lateral ball. Rahan Ali trying to twist and turn his way through. They have to now really take the game on Hume, but cautiously.
They do have to be careful. Kartambis in net is going about it the right way. That's beautiful.
Sweden couldn't rampage further. Guerrero takes charge. Deep side ball, Hume. How can they set up here, Ethan?
Just a little bit of jeopardy for that in Morland. They need to have somebody break away to this back post area in order to open up some room for Haddad to come onto.
Guerrero trying to shift inside. Haddad, side foot. You said it, Ethan, and it happened.
And they work a corner from it. Morland get the bodies back to make the block just in time. Well, that's better from Hume. This is what we need to see more of to get themselves back into it.
Mop's going to be called upon again, I think. That's exactly right. So, halt in play briefly. If Hume can find something here, a big question mark might surround this one. And considering that, well, 8 minutes and 26 seconds, decent chunk of time, but as the mountain climb's still there to be done, they want to try start it soon. Turkmen from the corner, Apostolakis. Storied goalkeeper, a lot of experience, cuts out the danger.
It's shown tonight as well from Apostolakis. He's made some smart, some very crucial saves, but the big thing I've been impressed with, as you said about being a storied keeper, his body positioning and his weight distribution has always been right to make those saves.
Guerrero, not too far away. Side possession, De Mello. Guerrero. Got his shot away. Apostolakis has to palm away. You almost noticed there that De Mello was almost a block upon the Morland shirt, which allowed for the shot to make its way through. Haddad controls it. Guerrero. Kartambis with a jostle. Makeshift fifth man. No, he's not. De Mello. Haddad coming shorter. De Mello going the other way. Flies in. No one there to greet it, but the warning signs are just starting to flicker.
Wonderful from DeMello, does so well to just keep himself calm, keep possession and drift down that left side.
DeMello. Guerrero. Haddad. Back towards DeMello. Turkman takes charge. Postolakis comes a long way. Morland just sitting further and further back.
And it's allowing Hume to come onto them. That's so much better from Anthony Haddad. Took that in wonderfully. Maybe could have tried to roll Guerrero around the corner with a back heel, but chose the smart option in DeMello just to recycle. But that's the adventure they need to show now. They've got to take a couple of risks.
Guerrero. Robs D'Souza on court. Cooper. Great position. Pimenta. It's a one-on-one. The cavalry arrives at both sides. Dos Santos just keeps the play flowing. D'Souza. Cooper. Morland's turn to have possession back. Pimenta. Haddad, great positioning. Guerrero still there for the Black Army. D'Souza takes charge. Strolling forward is Robson D'Souza. DeMello barely had to move. It's end-to-end currently. Ubidi Cicek has Guerrero on for the pass. Guerrero has a chance. He sits down at Postolakis. Acrobatic, both captains come together. DeMello still. Heaps to unpack there, Ethan.
They just do enough, Morland, in the end. Guerrero does so well to sit Apostolakis down. Cicek with the right touch. I thought maybe on that initial play before it broke for Robson D'Souza on the break, that could have had a hit. It opened up momentarily. They need to get more shots off on Apostolakis. And they might have something come from here. Kartambis is out.
Guerrero finds Kartambis. He was there, Ethan. You're reading it perfectly. He gets back towards his goal and wants to roll quickly. Desperation now, firmly with the Black Army. Cicek wants the foul. Won't get it. Milton Sakos has a timeout up his sleeve. 6.5 minutes left in this one. It's not issued yet, although it remains firmly in his back pocket. Guerrero stepping inside.
Bit of a shot in anger from Jordan Guerrero. It does open up for him, as it has done so many times this evening. It's the one setup of Morland's defensive structure that I'm sure Apostolakis won't be happy about, is the way that they've given Guerrero that room inside, but it's been from a safe enough distance. But they could have tried to work that better.
Swedan had to clear under a bit of pressure, bit of duress, because the press was heavy. Hume got to really start rearranging the upholstery in the kitchen. It's time to throw that sink. Cicek, very acrobatic. Postolakis. Swedan. 2 against 2 momentarily. Dos Santos in support. Shot will ricochet. Corner Morland.
In the right place for the Blues. Dos Santos does the right thing in opening it up and taking it on, but they won't mind this. This is the chance for them to get a little bit of respite, considering that the Black Army have had a lot of looks up the other end. If they were to fashion something from here, it would make the mountain even taller.
Swedan, Kartambis uncertain. Cicek came together with Dos Santos. Fair use, says the referee. D'Souza. Cicek, good use of the body. DeMello, not around Cooper. He wants to go all himself here, Adam Cooper. Got excited. And well, in doing so, the ball's just completely gone over the crossbar. DeMello. Ali heads on. Swedan, ball not on a string yet. Guerrero couldn't clear. Swedan still going! Still scoring, the smooth operator.
Goal scorer for Morland, number 63, Ahmed Swedan.
There's just an abundance of quality about Ahmed Swedan. He had 2 players to get around. Such a cool customer to simply turn them into witches' hats. And Kolak has issued a timeout. 3-0 are the league leaders with time ticking down in this second half. Timeout break. Back soon. Seconds left. They simply have to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Morland Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home.
Guerrero has the fly kit on. Well, this is instinctive. They have to simply try it now. Time against them. Nearing the last 5 minutes. Guerrero asked a lot. His snapshot will sting the palms of Apostolakis. He likes these situations, Christos. And he'll feel hard done by given the chain on the roof gets in the way, but play's going to resume. Hear the Morland protests. That could have been huge in the complexion of this one. Meanwhile, DeMello heads it on for Cicek. Baby can't believe it. Kartambis not as far as Cooper. Has positional advantage on Turkmen. Postolakis, DeMello cuts it off. Gets around to Santos. Haddad, DeMello, Cicek. Why is he not pulling the trigger, Ethan?
Should have had a shot. That's exactly what I'd mentioned before the timeout with Haddad. That little roll in behind. DeMello obliges him with the run. It's open for him just to have a drive. And that's been Hume's problem tonight. They've not been able to take those shots when the opportunities have presented themselves. They need to start pulling the trigger if they are to give themselves a late lunge at coming back.
Guerrero back on with the fly. It's a massive hole in the goalkeeper kit to make it the fly jersey. Love that in futsal. DeMello, Guerrero. Haddad, pedestrian. Guerrero. Finds Cicek with a beautiful pass. Turkmen. De Santos all over him as quick as he could, but it's a corner for Hume.
And that's been a really big part of Morland's game tonight, is that defensive structure has been so sound, and they've been dogged in their efforts. When any Hume attacks have come near that area, that's been their sort of last ditch.
Guerrero shifting gears. Tried a nutmeg on De Santos, corner. I'll have to try it again. Yellow card for De Santos. He was too close to the corner taker. Corner once more for the Black Army. Haddad. DeMello. Yubiri Cicek. Haddad. Can they fashion open a shot at goal here? Cicek for DeMello. Guerrero, who's going to pull the trigger? 4 minutes left in this one. And ticking fast. Cicek. DeMello, Guerrero. Yubiri Cicek. Brilliant stop again by Apostolakis.
Great ball from Guerrero as well. That's a super pass just to find Cicek. The pace on it allows him to come onto it first time. But once again, Apostolakis down, gets his angles right. It's a strong save.
DeMello, Cicek. I have to find a goal soon, Hume, if there's any chance of coming back. DeMello, Guerrero. Cicek deflecting ball, reactive save from the keeper. Rahan Ali can't get his feet right. Cooper will set sail over the top. It will go just wide.
Scrappy in the way that it came to Adam Cooper, but he does brilliantly to get the shot away. Desperately unlucky.
Apostolakis thought about trying it. 3 minutes on the clock. They need a goal per minute now, the Hume. De Mello. Guerrero. Try to thread the needle. Apostolakis! That will be that.
Goal scorer for Morland, number 1, Christos Apostolakis.
He's tried it time and time again. He's succeeded time and time again with it. And now the game surely on ice for the perfect Morland Blues.
That is the one for Morland that they needed. Hume were pushing, but the fourth gives them security. And who better than the man in red in between the sticks to land what could be the final blow to a Hume comeback. It's not a Black Army surrender just yet, but Morland are making ground.
And Morland want to keep the clean sheet. There's no doubt about that. Hume want to try to spoil that party. Another Turkish derby, another win for the Blues. A very different outlook with Hume this time around, but results still remaining the same. And Kolak, well, he's certainly got to respect his intentions coming into these games and what he's done in the short span of time across the league. But once more, it's Darren Saban with the bragging rights. Guerrero for Haddad. Is there one last footnote in this one? It's been a very great defensive performance from Morland. Been so well structured. And they've had to really force Hume to get as creative as they can be, but even when they do so, it's Apostolakis who's there to answer the phone.
He's been on top form tonight, Christos Apostolakis. This has been a very Morland performance from early in this season.
Karatambis saving again. Cooper stepping in front of Haddad. And even until the final seconds in this one, you can just see the Blues not taking their foot off the pedal.
That's because goal difference will be so important come the end of the season. It's kind of their last fail-safe if something were to happen. It doesn't look that way at the moment, but there's a lot of futsal still to play. 6 games for Morland to close it out. 5 games for Morland after this to close it out, my apologies. As the run home well and truly heats up, they are headed for a double-digit lead for now, once again.
They wouldn't be far away at all from putting it on ice. Apostolakis onto the save. Cicek with a roar in frustration. Minute and 21 seconds left on the clock. Turkman asked a lot of De Mello. Pimenta wasn't able to get there. Apostolakis can go for his second. He goes over the top. He has a laugh with Cooper, but that was certainly on target. Not sure how the bounce would have treated him, but well, the railing and the roof. That's going to really come to haunt somebody at some stage. Dare I say it, I'll knock on wood, but there's going to be a time, something is going. Some club across the competition is really going to falter to that damned court in the arena. Haddad lunges on for De Mello. Cicek in our last minute. De Mello, he's done a lot of that tonight, Ethan, where he's gotten himself into an error. Yes, his body's in the way there, but even when he's more advanced, he's always looked for a teammate. We've seen him shoot. We've seen him score. Just a little bit. That's one aspect I'll question of his game tonight. We'd just love to see him have a ping, because Pimenta, he doesn't mind, and he'll earn a corner late in this one.
That's been Hume's biggest flaw this evening in their performance, I'd say. They haven't pulled the trigger enough. Even if the shot gets blocked, to have that willingness to have a go. You never know what might happen. Morland have taken that on. Hume have been a bit shy of that at times, it seemed tonight, and it's hurt them.
Swedan and Cooper. Pimenta has options left and right. Tried too much, did Ricky. Turkman will keep it rolling. Oh, DeMello turned messenger for a minute there between Pimenta and Swedan. Deep in this one. Dos Santos has the cavalry arrive in numbers. Swedan has Cooper, but he won't be needed. Spoke perhaps too soon. It was put wide of Kurtambis.
So much swiftness in the way Swedan shifted that out of his feet to get the shot away. He's been wonderful to watch tonight, hasn't he? He's been simply brilliant for this Morland side. As he always is, a danger down that right. And he has run Hume ragged, certainly in this second half.
Really enjoyed the presence of Ahmed Swedan in SFV competition. Since his arrival from New South Wales, he's been a great player to watch. Last 9 seconds. The Blues nearing one hand on the trophy. Mathematically, I'd assume that be 2 more games, including tonight, where it would all be sealed, signed and delivered. And that's what they've done here against their Turkish rivals. A 4-0 win for the Morland Blues. They continue undefeated and in the winners column yet again in season 1 in 2025.
Superb performance, a fab Morland 4 to get them 12 points clear. And after tonight, 2 wins away from securing that much wanted, much desired title. They've had to wait for it. They've had a lot of heartbreak on their journey, but they were at their dominant best. Hume came to the party, in fairness, had their chances, did not take them. Morland took theirs, and that is why in Darabin the full-time score for the first clean sheet for theirs since March is Morland 4, Hume 0.
Ethan Rigg with the post-match interviews shortly.
In Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We're courtside. We're doing a courtside. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, we're on. Like that. I'm ready to go, whenever. We're here with one of Hume's New South Wales contingent, Ethan DeMello. Ethan, obviously a tough result tonight, but having come all the way down here, how have you found the adjustment from playing in New South Wales to coming all the way down to series futsal here in Victoria?
It's very similar to our New South Wales comp. Lots of talent everywhere. Morland today got a great side from the best of their whole team's stacked. Today, Christos was unreal. It's really fun coming down. Still learning how to play with the Hume boys, but I think we're getting better each game. And credit to Morland today, they were really good.
I was going to ask, obviously you're still getting your feet under the table at the Black Army, but we've seen you slowly take on that role of someone who dictates play. Is that what Kolak's talked to you about?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a mix of players from different teams pretty much, so I think he likes to play us, the New South Wales boys, together a bit, the Hume boys, the Victoria Hume boys together a bit, and then hopefully as we keep gelling, we can mix together and get the best of both groups working. I think today we played well, just couldn't take our chances. Morland took their chances. They were the better team today.
And obviously you're still in 5th in one of those relegation playoff places. Is the goal still to climb up into 4th at the moment, or is it preparing for who you might face?
To be honest, I think it's take it one game at a time, try and get the 3 points each week, keep improving so that whatever we end up on the ladder, we're in a good position to make sure we stay up, and then in the following seasons try and push for even higher in the ladder.
Thank you so much for your time, Ethan. I'm here with Morland's Enrique Pimenta. Obviously, after last week's Clasico being such a seesawing game, how huge was the momentum you took from that second half comeback into this week?
Actually, we are taking everything that we have been doing. We are taking the good stuffs and bringing to the next games. So we are accumulating good stuffs to get better. We are mature. We have players that have been playing for a long time. But when we get here, it doesn't matter. You need to improve yourself game by game.
Obviously tonight you had a couple of tough moments early on where Hume were able to have a few early looks. How did you rebound from that tough period, and what was the message that you all came together with in order to turn it around?
Yeah, we can see that there is no silly teams, there is no silly players. Every team has their moments during the game. What we have to do is we need to keep our focus on the time. Every single game we have been dropping a little bit here and there. That can happen. If we want to win the title and maybe next season be fighting for the title again, we need to push forward, and those mistakes cannot happen.
And just one more thing as well, your goals have been so crucial to how good Morland have been this season. You're in with a chance of the Golden Boot. If your side does go on to win the league, how nice would it be to have a little individual award for yourself as well?
It would be very nice, as well as maybe Golden Globes for Christos. But in the end of the day, our focus is the title. If comes, amazing, but I'm here to help in Morland. If I can score more goals to come.
Thank you so much for your time, Enrique.
But you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group, and everybody goes the same way. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future, Australia is in the top.
Five seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper.
Live. Game 2 of an already intriguing round, and we have even more on the line as Pasco Vale and Melbourne Aku lock horns. Pasco Vale, of course, clawed their way back to third, beating Western United 4-3 with a last-minute Michael Newen winner the last time they were on court here in Darebin. Melbourne Aku, who have not won a game since March, needs to snap a truly awful losing run if they are to get themselves out of what has become relegation trouble. But Pasco Vale and Arturo Garthon are looking to get themselves going early. Rolls it back for that. Poblete from range. Fernandez made the block. Ruslan tried to find Yi. Ethan Rigg on commentary with Adam Palombi, and we have a very special guest as well. Statman Theo joins me. How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Ethan. It's a privilege to be with you guys commentating this great game tonight here at Darebin Community Centre. This should be a big game. I think Aku are desperate for points because they want to creep out of that. They are, but they want to get ahead of Carlton by another 3 points. So big clash tonight.
Massively important. There's Leo Newen, who's deputising for Maliaros in goal tonight, tried to drill it for Ruslan. And of course, we mentioned how big tonight's game is. Both sides have named a long list in their lineups. Theo, do you want to take us through it?
Yes, well, we've got Lamb starting for Pasco Vale. We've got Jarvis and Gin, Arturo Diaz, Michael Newing, and Pablito. It's Pablito, isn't it? And for Aku, who we got out there?
Newen in goal. Fernandez, Ruslan, and Francis Marr, as well as Oscar Yi, who starts against his former side.
Yes, transferred during the mid-season. Oscar Yi, great addition to the Aku club.
Garthon for Kevin Lamb. Found its way into Poblete. Couldn't get beyond Oscar Yi, who knows this side very well. Pasco Vale, who had a rough return.
Yes, but Poblete has been in good form since transferring over from Fitzroy. He's getting a good run out of the Pasco Vale, and he had a good goal last week to beat Western United. So it's good inclusion, Poblete there. What do you think, Ethan, to the Pasco Vale team?
I think he adds another element to this team, doesn't he? Where he's got that big physical presence, but he's got a light touch and is able to turn in behind us. Newen's rolled it for him. Looked to fizz one across the area. Nobody gave him a run, and Newen can claim confidently. Roll it for Mar. Now Fernandez. Ruslan pressed by Michael Newen, another ex-Tiger who's made the move over to Pasco Vale. How impressed have you been by him?
Very impressed. He'll be up there, right up there for MVP. Ethan, this season, Michael Newen, very consistent season, scoring goals, playing in the back as the last man. Very good season, very good player.
Michael Newen is in our MVP top 3 at the moment, isn't he, Adam?
He certainly is, Michael Newen.
Well, I think right at this present time, who's right on top for the MVP?
At this present moment in time, I think Michael Newen may have leapfrogged Elias Parthamos after his winner last week against Western United. And here he is, pressed by Francis Marr. Rolled it for Kevin Lamb. Smashing ball to find Poblete, who held it up. Newen looked to have a drive. Pasco Vale already getting in the groove.
Who's your tip for tonight, boys? Adam Palombi, your tip for tonight's game?
Well, Aku need a win. It's as simple as that. For Kumu and his side, they need to get 3 points. I'm sure Pasco Vale will be very tricky customers, and I think they'll see this one out.
What about yourself, Ethan?
Aku in desperate need of a win, but the form book never really truly lies. I think Pasco Vale will keep themselves in with a hunt of second place and solidify their grip on third.
Why can't they take the next step, Pasco Vale, and challenge them Fitzroy and Morland? What do you think they need, or can they do this, go with this side next season and really challenge?
I think it's a project. And at the moment, it's that very, very famous saying of Rome wasn't built in a day. I think they need to give it a bit more time, but they've shown some promising signs this season. Yes, the inconsistency has been there from time to time, but at the moment, I think they're building something that makes them capable. It might just take another season or so.
Do you think they need more youth in the team?
I reckon that they're going to be looking to really try to capitalise on the talent they have on court, but well, they have got their youth academy running, of course, on a Thursday night. Well, Jaron sprinkled in that mix, and well, they're certainly looking to build something from that youth that they've got, but it just has to translate. But when you look at the talent they have on court, it would be hard to break through, you'd assume.
Absolutely, Adam. Absolutely, no doubt. It's good to see the Dr. Andre Caro back at home at Pasco Vale. Caro's a 10-time premiership player. He's been a wonderful servant of the game, and he's back where he belongs.
Got his first goal in Pasco Vale colours last week as Lamb for Newen. That's a teasing ball to try and find Garthon, who'd advanced. He couldn't quite find him, but Pasco Vale have hit their groove early, and Aku looking to do what they do, Adam, and hit on the break.
Trying to go over the top, Oscar Yee. Of course, was at Pasco Vale at some stage this season. Young player is Oscar Yee, and well, he had scored, in fact, I think, in the last time these two sides had faced for Pasco Vale.
Oscar Yee was on the score sheet in a 6-3 win for Pasco Vale against Melbourne Aku, which was a much needed result for them. It started that run, Theo, didn't it, that they had prior to Easter, where they beat Fitzroy as well.
That's correct. They're just like you just said, Ethan, they've been consistency, but you know the talent's out there, and if they get the consistency, they can beat anyone on the day. It's just that they've been up and down not most of the season, but there's games that we thought they were going to challenge, and they came well short.
Here is Newen. Tried to whip it wide for Garthon. But the big thing with them as well is when they've had those couple of losses in a row, they've kind of come in batches, haven't they, Theo, in two breaks. Pasco Vale have then responded in pretty emphatic fashion. Well,
they took that scalp of Fitzroy, which was very important. They seemed to beat the clubs underneath them, but the top teams, they seem to struggle. But they did take Fitzroy's scalp a few weeks ago. It was a good result. Jarvis comes out. Oh, Fernandez. Oh, down he goes. Oh, hopefully he's all right. That was a big challenge there by Jarvis.
Play will be stopped as a result. Marcus Fernandez still down. Connor Owen's ball wasn't intended to find him.
That was very, very, well, can't say late, but there was a big thud from both players. The ball was there to be won. The captain is back up on his feet, but gents, it was a great ball from downtown from Irwin. First time, mind you, to unlock Aku. Pasco Vale just a little bit, well, not napping, but weren't aware of the danger. Decent start maybe for Kuimu.
And he did this last week against Hart, Marcus Fernandez. He drifted round the back and got himself a tap in. Jarvis was alert to it and came off his line, but had to take him in the process.
Yeah, what Jarvis, sorry for interrupting, what Jarvis done there, yes, he's seen the danger and came out, but I think sometimes he doesn't have to come out as much, and he just comes out too often for my liking.
Garthon for Poblete. They tried to make it work. Kevin Lamb wants to recycle. Now here's Jarvis Jin. Looks to lob it long. Header in the way from Leong. Pasco Vale will have to reset again. Poblete. Can they fashion an opening? Michael Newen surrounded by Violet immediately. Leong had to clear his lines. Is this the pattern we will see it drop into tonight, Adam, where Pasco Vale push and Aku are looking to sit in and absorb?
You'd assume so. Aku have pace on the break. They have a lot of legs to run at Pasco Vale, but they'll have to be very disciplined in defending them also. You fully expect them to stay tight.
Lovely loft from Lamb. Newen drifted in. Newen clipped him on the other end. And it will be a Pasco Vale free kick.
Could it be a card? Do you think that warrants a card, gentlemen?
I don't think it's clear enough a goal scoring chance, Adam.
Hard to disagree.
Okay. This is a danger ball now. Who's going to step up and take the free kick? Could this be a set piece, Adam?
Oh, you'd assume that Garthon will look to maybe use that of Lamb and Newen. Ethan, what do you make of it?
Garthon to take. Rolled it to Newen at the edge. Leong read it well, but Michael Newen quickly alert to the danger. Had to go back to his keeper. Ginu
no!
And Leong!
What a horrible mistake there by Gin Jarvis. You do not take on a player.
Goal for Melbourne Aku. Number 19. Colin Leong.
A moment Jarvis Jin would love to forget, but a moment of accumulation. Kevin Lamb's wanting to equalise immediately.
Big save there by Newing.
Huge save. But Theo, what a mistake that was from Jarvis Jin. Just got caught napping.
Well, he tried to take on the player, and as a keeper, you should know that. He's just clear it out, or clear as a long ball, you know. He wanted to take on a player, lost the ball, goal. They've got to regroup from this Pasco Vale now. They're 1-0 down. Long way to go. It's good to cop a goal early than later, so hopefully they regroup and they'll come back hard.
Aku known for their fast starts. Colin Leong with a Calvert-Lewin-esque rundown.
You couldn't help yourself, could you? You ever Tony and Ethan?
Some things just have to be said.
No, they don't.
Gentlemen, Zaki Ahmed ready to come onto the field. He's a durable premiership player, Carlton, formerly of Carlton FC. He's been around a long time, Zaki Ahmed. Great player.
Newen rattled one against the palms of Newen. Pasco Vale corner. Ahmed getting himself warm. Michael Newen this time, high and lofted over. But the early goal, Theo, it changes the dynamic of this game completely because Pasco Vale now have to push that little bit harder.
Definitely right, Ethan. They have to push because they were goal down, and after copying a soft goal, it was a soft goal, Ethan. After all,
look out, boys!
Looks to keep it in, and
what are the headset, Poblete? Came a long way.
Comes and says
probably
hello.
wants to join us in the commentary box.
He wasn't far off it, I'll tell you that much.
Irwin. For Yi, that's a lovely loft from Leong. Lovely touch.
Lovely! Aku 2-0 in a space of 3 minutes. Aku have taken a 2-0 lead. Can you believe it, Ethan?
Goal for Melbourne Aku. Number 22, Noah Ma.
Unbelievable. From Theo's mouth, that is ridiculous. From Aku on the break. Ma's touch kept the whole attack alive. Leong just sliced him back in. Jin sprawling got a touch, but Aku have a 2-0 lead. Pasco Vale, a shell shock. Ma's in for it. Ma was in for a double. It opened up for him. And Andre Caro's first introduction was nearly to see them go 3-0 down. Instead he rolls it to Arn. Now back with Andre Caro. Aku on the press, relentless, Adam.
They're looking very, very good right now. A lot of belief around them. Each time they get near the ball or force a turnover or score, whatever it might be from Aku, it's just so galvanising in this one. And they've got a 2-0 lead, which personifies those efforts.
Jimenez for Arn. Pasco Vale now in desperate need of halving the deficit. Alison Lima just about kept that in. His options few and far between. Went back to his keeper. Jin wanted the loft. Irwin couldn't get there. Lima slipped and stumbled. Theo, it's been a lot of that going on tonight.
Yes, I don't know why. Maybe the court's a bit slippery there, Ethan. Players are tending to slip down.
It's always been, though, gents, in that exact corner. It took out Pimenta in the first game. Took out Guerrero in the first game also. Players, for some reason right there, just seem to be losing their feet. It's froth from the ceiling pouring, says Peter Parthamos.
Why don't we give a quick cheerio to D-Man Darren Saban all the way in Bali there. He's one of the biggest frothers. What a great man. Cheerio to D-Man Darren Saban.
Came on the podcast in midweek as well. He would have been absolutely delighted with the results of his Morland Blues in the early kickoff. Beat Hume 4-0. It's Pasco Vale on. Drilled it in! Alison Lima turned it into the back post and they have one back.
They didn't set up well there, Ethan.
Goal for Pasco Vale. Number 8, Alison Lima.
Yeah, as I was saying, Ethan, back post all alone, Alison Lima. You can't have that. That's too easy of a goal. And it's Pasco Vale back in the ball game now, Ethan.
Deficit halved. 3 goals in this one inside 6 minutes. Aku with a slender advantage. Adam, this has been a common theme for them this season, and it's why they're in such a rut. They've had this fast start, but it hasn't been able to be substantial for an entire 40.
All systems go, all systems go, all systems go. Only just can somewhat peter you out, but it's hard to maintain such a fast pace, and it's noticed in moments when they do concede. Yes, they're a younger side. Yes, they might have the legs if you want to utilise that card, but in reality, it's a very difficult pace to maintain.
As Leong had his pocket picked. And drove it across at the second attempt. Andre Caro crowded out and couldn't get a touch.
Yes, Pasco Vale regrouped now after being 2-0 down, Ethan, and starting to play some good futsal and getting into the groove, and hopefully we'll see a great match and hopefully it goes down to the wire.
Well, if our opening exchanges are anything to go by, this is going to be an absolute belter of a game. Both sides in need of 3 points. Pasco Vale don't want to drop to 4th. You've got to remember that. Anything less than a 3rd place, an improvement on their 3rd place finish, or at least holding that, I don't think we'll go down too well. As Caro worked it wide for Lima, had 2 violet shirts around him. Caro once again. Now Chavanon has no Amar for company. On broadcast side, Arn just drifts beyond him. Mar got his challenge, and he timed it perfectly in the end, Theo, but it will be a corner.
Yeah, Sean Arn running down the flanks. He's pretty quick, nippy player. He's been around for a while in this serious futsal, and a very good player, and you've got to watch him. You can't give that guy... Oh, now they're on the break. Connor Owen. He had Zaki Ahmed running to the back post.
Had his options. Owen, maybe he could have squared it. Did so well.
No, I don't mind that. Well, critical of Hume players in the first game not taking it on. Why not? You're in that situation. You might as well.
But Adam, if you've got a better play and a better option, shouldn't you go to the better option and make sure of it? Because I think if you looked up, Zaki Ahmed was running free into an open goal.
Maybe so, but still don't mind a play up making a decision. That's the important part on the counter-attack.
But if you make a decision, at least get a save out of the keeper. He sprayed it all together. He missed the whole goal.
Sure, they might get another chance to try it again, Aku, on the counter.
Mixed opinions as Alison Lima looks to retake from the side. Quickly for Andre Caro. Pasco Vale, who just seem to have been caught out early, now have calmed themselves down into a shape. Jimenez. Arn. Andre Caro again. That's a teasing ball down the line. Is that somewhere, Adam, that Pasco Vale can get some joy down the flanks of Melbourne Aku?
They certainly can, but I think they might get a little bit more enjoyment down the guts with Alison Lima and Andre Caro trying to pull the strings.
Ruslan. Here is Ahmed. He made that darting run to the back post. Ruslan again.
Lovely there ball by for Zaki Ahmed there. Did you see that, Adam?
Great pass it was.
Irwin. Back for Ruslan. Aku trying to fashion themselves a third and extinguish any Pasco Vale hopes of a comeback. Ruslan looks to loft for Ahmed again. Alison Lima watches it trickle. Him and Jin communicate well.
Got a soft spot for Zaki Ahmed. Do your stat.
Yeah, he's a very good player. Like I said, he's a I know he's probably went around. He was a triple premiership player for Carlton. They won 3 in a row. He went to Morland, then he went to Fitzroy, he went to Camberfield. He's been a great player in this league. And obviously, it's good to see him back out there, Zaki Ahmed.
Lima couldn't wriggle his way out of a violet garden that was 3 Aku shirts. It's gone all the way back. They've been determined so far. Because one of the big problems with Aku this season, Adam, is when they've conceded 1, they've then gone on to concede 2. There's Arn twisting and turning inside. Found it for Caro. Looked to give it back to him. Pasco Vale corner. Maybe Andre Caro could have pulled the trigger.
Well, they're trying to turn that narrative, Aku, and not concede a quick
Marcus
double.
Fernandez has come on. He's been the backbone of this team. Unfortunately, they lost Adam. Who they lose to Fitzroy? Peluso, which was a big loss. And I'm glad Fernandez stuck around, you know, because it's good to see a competitive Aku.
Jimenez gave it back to Lima, who initially pocket picked. Rolled all the way back for Arn. Opens up for him to have
Big
a try.
shot by Arn.
Newham with a handy tip at the expense of yet another corner.
Good goalkeeping. Saw it late, the keeper.
No, no Tas Maliaris tonight. Anyone knows whereabouts? Is he injured or?
Couldn't be too sure on where Tas might be. Lockie's here. Maliaris sitting with Adam Cooper, Norbury and Apostolakis.
They're frothing, aren't they?
You could certainly say they are.
Ahmed Fernandez tried to clip it into the channel for Francis Mar. Lima lets it run. Caro. Jimenez just stole a yard over on broadcast side.
The biggest frother is the man next to me right now, and that's Ustat. It's taken so much convincing to have you back in commentary, but we're so glad it's happened.
I love, but you great calling you've been doing for so many weeks. I love listening to you guys, and I didn't want to really step on your toes. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's your show. I'm just here frothing, you know, and I love it. You know, you've been great for the social media side of it, you know, and I just want to. I said I was going to join you, and now I'm here.
Well, it's not our show. It's the players on court. It's their show.
They're putting on the show for us, correct.
And we're loving the show they put on week in, week out.
But your commentary makes it too, gentlemen.
I reckon it's all the froth stat from the sidelines. It's good to have it now on commentary tonight.
Could never step on our toes, Theo. Too kind as Andre Caro comes to say hello to all of us.
The most decorated player in serious futsal, Andre Caro.
Took it quickly for Arn, fizzed it across. Fernandez read it well. Tries to get away from Jimenez. Marcus Fernandez wanted to go all the way, but he ran out of room in doing so. A few Pasco Vale changes Michael Newen back out on court, as is Kevin Lamb. Arturo Garthon. And here is Newen. Works it wide for Lamb.
Oh, that's nice, Lamb. He's going to hit it. Send it. Oh, see, that was clear. He could have gone solo there, Adam, for goal, but then he decided to square it up.
I love his trickery. Kevin Lamb, he was clever to chip it over the top of himself and run on. And another moment, you'd love to see it hit, but the team move was the option there from number 19 at Pasco Vale.
Ahmed reads it well as well, to just give a gentle touch back to Newen. Pasco Vale probing. Poblete losing out. Oscar Yee. Now Ma. Fernandez. Anywhere will do for him. The pressure now starting to tell. Aku just needing to get themselves maybe a bit further up court. Michael Newen. Now Kevin Lamb. Lovely return. Newen took it down wonderfully. Couldn't get beyond Ruslan. Who once again hacked it clear. Theo, with Aku sitting so deep right now, is this maybe a bit of a double-edged sword for them?
I think that's their best option. Sit back and try to get Pasco on a counter-attack, because quality versus pound for pound, Pasco are more quality side. So their best option is to sit back and get them on a counter, and that's what they've been doing, and they're up 2-1 from doing that.
Garthon stabbed it towards Lamb. Newen on the rebound, comes through a set of bodies. Arturo Garthon rather sliced it in the end.
It's anybody's ball. It's like a pinball machine, really. And Pasco Vale had a few sights, but a timeout has been called, dare I say, by Melbourne Aku. Gents, we're going to cross to a short timeout break.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Return from timeout.
Excuse me.
Oski looking to dart his way through every one of his former colleagues. Arturo Garthon putting an end to it. Theo, what have you made of Melbourne Aku so far? They've been rather impressive.
They're doing well. They obviously they're sitting back, which they probably have to against Pasco Vale. But to be 2-1 up, you know, well, one of them was a bad mistake by Jarvis, unfortunately. But I think they're doing well, Ethan. What do you think?
I think the next 10 minutes into half-time is where we really see where Aku will be tested. I think they have their fast starts, but they sit in after then. They go into this consolidation period, and it allows teams to come onto them. That's where the danger is for them, using that counter-attack as the only resource,
so you would,
than the last resort.
Would you press Pasco? Would you play a pressing game against Pasco Vale?
50-50. I'd say.
So you mix it up a bit.
Exactly, because then it disjoints them. It doesn't let them get into a rhythm.
A groove. Adam, what do you think?
Don't ask me, I'm just the commentator.
And a very good one, Adam.
I can't get myself in trouble, Stat. But I will say, this bloke here, having a good game so far. Made a decent save there with Kevin Lamb. His movement's been really good for Pasco Vale. The keeper's been had to answer a few saves, and he's doing well, the youngster.
Garthon for Newen. Trying to work his way around Fernandez. It's interesting who each of them go to as Garthon for Lamb now. Newen's made a darting run, couldn't get it under control, but that in particular, those two combining, that matchup, Theo, is one I'm very, very excited about tonight.
Yeah, it looks like a good matchup, that. I agree with you, Ethan.
Fernandez. Pasco Vale now looking to press. Rolled it wide for Ruslan, who gave some relief. That's a lovely loft down the line. Mark couldn't get it under. Lamb for Garthon. Poblete. Oski crowding out. Adam, his first game against his former side, he's had a couple of bright starts in Aku colours. How's he been tonight?
Not too bad so far. There'll be a shiny moment for him, I reckon. It's whether he can take it.
Ewan wanted a foul. Bodies hitting the floor as they so often have tonight. Here is Oscar Yee again. Waited on his options, got beyond Garthon, tried to stab it towards Francis Ma. Aku now just playing with a little bit more freedom rather than sitting in.
Yeah, they're starting to really move it around now. They're doing very well, Aku.
Yee for Leong. Been in the goals recently, the high press is on again. Fernandez couldn't get it beyond Kevin Lamb down the line. But Pasco Vale leaving the space in behind, Adam, for a team who like to exploit it oh so well.
Francis Ma just coming off now, out for a breather. He's been playing well tonight. He's been playing well all the season. What do you think of Francis Ma, Adam?
Big ceiling for Francis Ma.
Oh, almost a good turn there by young.
And they're looking damaging, Aku. They've got that flair about them.
Oh, we've got brothers. We've got Norma and Francis Ma. Is that correct? Are they brothers?
They are brothers.
Fernandez from the side. Can Aku steal a third? Oscar Yee to have a drive.
Big save there by Jarvis. Had to be good there. That was going far post, Adam. What do you think?
Oh, had shape on it. And Oscar Yee, as you mentioned, plays against their former club stat. You've seen it time and time again. They have that point to prove almost, and Oscar Yee certainly does tonight.
Look, Oscar Yee's been around for a few years now. Played at Carlton, obviously played at Pasco Vale. And he's a good young player. And obviously he needs game time, and he found Aku, and he's doing well, I think, since he's transferred. What do you think, Ethan?
I think he's had a couple of bright flashes as Lamb flashed one goalward. He's looked lively. I think he's getting his feet under the table still, as Aku wanted to go on the break, but he's looked good. He just needs that time to gel, and then we'll see the best of Oscar Yee. Poblete now wants to go on the break. Poblete danced through two. Lamb took a touch. Leong in the right place to clear. Mark couldn't keep it in, but that's Pasco Vale's best look for a minute, Adam.
Really enjoyed the play of Poblete there. Was patient, had decent feet to get the ball to Lamb. Another player who's wanted game time. He's got it in Pasco Vale colours. He's looked good this season. What do you reckon, Stat?
He's looked very good. I was always saying he was a player, very talented, good target. Couldn't break into that Futsal. Obviously, it's a star-studded line-up. And he made the move to Pasco Vale, and especially last week, really kicked a nice goal, and he's playing well again tonight. He's making a presence out there, Adam. He's a presence, Poblete.
As he makes way, Garthon brings it back into Newen. Of course, a lot of ex-Tigers amongst those Pasco Vale ranks tonight. Garthon. Newen again. Teasing ball, Lima with the flick.
That was a great ball there by Michael Newing. Threaded the eye of the needle there, Adam.
He did. That was fantastic from Michael Newen. The right amount of pace, it bobbled up perfectly for Lima, which had the difficult task, really. It was such a great ball.
Garthon. Lima wanted to go again. Leon got a header. He might have been able to let it go. A scramble, and Noah Ma benefits. Garthon cut his ball out to Fernandez. Ma didn't give up on it. Aku a 2-on-1. Fernandez has a look. He just couldn't get there.
Great. They're doing well, Aku. That was just a bit closer to Fernandez, and that would have been a goal too.
I reckon the positioning from Garthon was fantastic there. He really
That's why he didn't let me
himself.
pass.
That's exactly right. But how close they were. It was a great bit of, pressing off the ball to get the ball back, and they look really threatening this position, Aku, until then.
Garthon for Kevin Lamb. Trying to drill it across. Garthon on the rebound.
Well read there by Fernandez.
Pasco Vale corner. Marcus Fernandez did well.
Positioned himself where he knew where the ball was going. Well read there by Marcus Fernandez. Been a great player all season for Aku.
Taken. Newen had to get a touch. Leong came away with it. Noah Ma tried to stab it back through to him. Lima recovered. Now on. Garthon temporarily. In is that Pasco Vale pivot. Newen. Face to face with Oscar Yee, tries to cut inside. Of course, Oscar Yee will know that move well. Garthon on Newen, thought about the 1-2. Door was
Fraser
shut.
Smart does well.
Garthon dived in.
It's there, isn't it, gents? Right in the engine room, the ball. It's really,
Whoa!
it's going either way, really. And
Body's hitting the deck, Adam.
it was loud, the thud, wasn't it, from Garthon when he hit the canvas. A lot of intensity showed in that play there. Both sides wanting the ball in the engine room.
On for Garthon. Him and Ma just going toe-to-toe.
Oh, does
Garthon
well.
does wonderfully well. And Noah Ma just left a leg in the way with the right amount on it.
Yes, there, Diaz. I know him as Diaz. I know you call him what do you call him, goes on? I know him as Diaz, but he's been a servant, a great player. Triple Premiership player, Carl. He's been a Canberfield Premiership player for Fitzroy. He's been a good decorated player. And you want somebody to play for your life, it's a raging bull, Arturo Diaz, and gives it to and with a big strike.
It's so good to have you here, Stat. Where's this been? We've missed this day. At Tomo, we never had this opportunity. I'm glad we do it here at DCSS.
I'll tell you something, it's a privilege being with you and Ethan tonight, mate. You're fantastic commentators, you're frothers, and you love the game as much as I do, so it's a good team, triple team here.
On trying to get beyond. Oscar Yee did wonderfully well to keep that in. Flashed it across the face, and you just wonder, Theo, if somebody had just gone on the run.
Yeah, so somebody should have anticipated that and should have made a run through the middle, because he was going to definitely cross it to the centre, and somebody should have been there to put that away.
Caro for Lima. Newen. Shaving on Pasco Vale. All of that pressure has not paid dividend just yet. Lima tried to slice it through. Leong came away with it. Couldn't get beyond Andre Caro. Connor Owen just gives a bit of calm.
Yeah, very good player, Connor Owen, come through the junior ranks here at Futsal Oz, and good to see him out there, young talented player.
What I'm really liking about Aku is when they don't have the ball, how they set up and how quick they are to try and get it back if they lose it. Yet again, it's high intensity.
Well, that's what you got to do. I mean, as soon as you lose the ball, you got to get on your bike and get back and set up. It's simple as that. Because if you don't, you're going to cop it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of creative freedom when they have the ball on the counter charge. They don't mind players running with the ball forward. They don't look to recycle. They look to take the game on. You appreciate that.
Look at the crowd coming in. They've heard the stat lads in town.
Oh, my God, look at the front at the back there. Headed by Lockie Ramadan. He had a good game tonight, Lockie Ramadan.
He did. He was very technical. Held the ball up nicely.
And did you see when you get around Adam Cooper, Lockie Ramadan?
Sure, Cooper will not want to keep that in his mind, but I was really the only positive thing from that game, I guess, for Hume, considering they didn't play badly, but they just weren't able to pull the trigger.
They should have pulled the trigger a few more times. Correct, Adam?
It's Pasco Vale free kick. Gives the Lions the opportunity to pull the trigger on goal. Alison Lima and Andre Caro standing over it, you'd imagine.
I think Andre's going to have a heat at this.
Caro will look to crash it, but only after Maurizio Novak issues timeout. When we come back, can Pasco Vale draw themselves level as it is? Pasco Vale 1, Melbourne Aku 2.
พวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because a futsal player is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis.
We're back from timeout. Hume very vocal in where he wanted his walls set up as Andre Caro prepares a free kick. 2 options, backstick. Newman breaks away. Caro tried to drive it near post, not once but twice. The doctor just flashing. Couple of efforts wide. Theo, what have you made of his first couple outings in his return to Pasco Vale?
Look, he's doing well, Andre. I'll probably tell you, he hadn't played for a while, missed half the season waiting for a transfer, and found his groove last week. I think he's starting to get better. Obviously, he's been a great player of the league. He's been an amazing player, Andre Caro. Like 10 titles, FIS Cups, SFAs, he's done it all. And now he's at Pasco Vale. It all started from for the doctor.
It's a romantic homecoming, and in a way, I'm a romantic. It's great to see it happen, in my opinion.
Owen Caro hot on the press. Campos took a loose touch. The doctor stabbed an incisive ball to Arn, who stumbled and slipped and won a free kick in the end.
Have you seen Julio Campos since he's transferred from Hume FC, Adam? Is he fitted in well with this ACU team?
I think he's fitted rather well. He wasn't getting many minutes at Hume, but getting a bit more of a run out in ACU colours, and I think he's doing what's necessary.
Oh, Newen dummied it. Caro made it work. Aku again on the press. Arn tried to find Lima. Here is Julio Campos. Gave it away. Alison Lima wanted a drive. Ahmed took that down wonderfully but ran out of room.
Zaki Ahmed just... no, he's been doing well, Zaki. Whenever he's Trimble privilege, I've already mentioned that. The barista.
He scored a terrific goal the other week against Morland.
Yes, he took on the whole Morland side and slaughtered past Christos Apostolakis that night. A very good goal. I don't know if you remember that, Adam.
I had a look on the Instagram page. It was fantastic. He's so elusive. He's tall. He's at least 6'2", and he moves like he's 5'7" almost, Ahmed.
Yeah, very good player, but as his league has gone better, he's still a good player, but he was very good at one stage. Maybe he's got to get him a bit more fit as Zaki Ahmed, but still a decent player to have out there for your team.
Alison Lima's ball in. Newen looked to rifle it towards that near post. Couldn't quite get the angle worked out. And for all the opportunities Pasco Vale have had, we're nearing on under 3 minutes until half time. They have not been able to fashion an equaliser. Do you think that there's some frustration starting to show, Theo?
A little bit. They've had a few opportunities to level the scores, but credit to Aku, they've done well. You know, they've battled their way. They haven't given up the fight. They're creating chances. They're getting back. You know, you got to give credit where it's due. Aku have been good so far. What do you think, Ethan?
I think they've been deserving of their lead. I think what they've done really well defensively is they've crowded out any easy looks that Pasco Vale would get. There's always a violet shirt there to make a block, and that's been absent in recent weeks, hasn't it, Adam?
What I've liked is they've been known to concede 2 quick goals if they've had the lead. That hasn't been the case tonight. That's got to be a mental win for them.
Ma does well there.
He does.
Pick the pocket of young Sean Arn there.
Love that about Francis Ma, don't you, Ethan? Where off the ball and stat, he's just so determined to get it back.
Well, that's where you say a good player, what he does off the ball. Don't worry when you got the ball. We all look good when we got the ball. Even yourself, Adam, you look good when you got the ball. It's when you haven't got the ball, it's what you do. It's the tackling, the hard running, getting back.
Some defensive work required. Newen, lovely touch.
Oh, great save there by Newen. The doctor
wanted to drive.
Ma on the break.
Could have rolled it. Should have rolled it. Will be a corner, but could have been more.
Could have been more. That's what I'm saying. The players go solo. You've got to look up and have a look at your options.
Will be an Aku side ball. Ahmed Mal wanted it immediately. 2 Pasco Vale deflections. Arn's made a darting run. Newen gave it down the line.
He's got Arn! He's got Arn!
He did. And he was lunging on, wasn't he, Ethan, at the back post?
I don't know how Arn hasn't turned that into the net. There's just too much pace on it from Alison Lima. He can't quite turn it in.
QEMU running the subs on and off the bench, keeping the players fresh. Great Great managing there by Chew. He's got Rouge Roland on the pitch now, formerly of FC Brunswick. He's been around about from 2012, Rouge Roland. Great servant of serious futsal.
Newen down the line for Andre Caro. Lovely loft. Oh, Newen came a long way again. Man deputising for Tas Maliaros in goal tonight. Adam, he's acquitted himself rather nicely so far.
I've liked his game. No, he's played well. He's had a lot to do. He's been busy. His positioning's been pretty sound.
He's been solid, Adam.
He has been solid. What do you make of it?
Yeah, he's done well for his first official game, which he started. He has played a half a few weeks ago, but he's done well as the number 2 keeper, and he's got his opportunity, and he's done very well. And you're going forward, you got to honour him.
And it must be said, he's standing up to the occasion so far, so well done.
Minute and 20 prior to half-time. Caro tried to fizz it to Newen. Ahmed put an end to it. Ruslan just had to hook it clear.
Clearance.
You look at Oscar Yee, they're just trying to get the ball out of that real tight space for Aku, and he smiled knowing that could have been his chance to run through if the ball fell to him.
On for Caro. Can Pasco Vale find themselves a leveller prior to half-time? They have inside 80 seconds to set a second.
Lovely flick there by Alison Lima. Go. Oh.
Caro with a deflected effort. Newen had to get a palm. I don't know if it was dipping in, but you can't take chances like that. Inside the final minute prior to the break.
That's frost, that man.
Arn, out to Newen. Back with Arn, had 2 violet shirts to beat. Andre Caro. Newen again, Pasco Vale frustrated, trying to pry their way through. Lima. Newen, lovely footwork to skip beyond Ahmed. Lima again. Newen into the
side netting. That was a great build-up, wasn't it, Adam?
Really enjoy the give and goes between Lima and Newen. They're really starting to build in with their chemistry. Week in, week out, it's just growing and growing. But
you've got to hand it to Michael Newen. He's had a fantastic season, considering he made the move from Fitzroy into jail with new players again, and to be right up there with the MVP, it's a credit to him. He's a great player and a great person, and to fit nicely into this Pasco Vale. He's one of the main reasons why they're doing so well, Adam.
He's got aspirations to one day don the green and gold for his country. And I'll tell you what, at the season he's had,
there is no reason why he shouldn't get a call up. No reason at all.
The selectors table, the name Michael Newen has to certainly be circulating. You at least assume, but you can never be too sure.
Caro for Arn. Still trying to unlock the door. On with a drive! Newen made a smart save. Ruslan just
hacks it out.
Wallops it out. Jin reloads. Looks to go super long. Newen's flick! They fashioned that the last few weeks, Pasco Vale. That is one new weapon to the Lions' arsenal.
Great first half.
A great first half are the words of Theo as it draws to a close. Melbourne Aku with an early double. Pasco Vale pounced and got themselves a goal back. But half-time in Darebin, it's Pasco Vale 1, Melbourne Aku 2.
5 seconds left. They simply have to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Morland Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไว้ข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Like what? Now what a bowl. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have.
Return from half-time here in Darebin. Melbourne Aku lead Pasco Vale by 2-1 in a game that has thrown up basically everything so far. Aku currently are on the road to an absolutely massive 3 points. Ethan Rigg with Statman Theo and Adam Palombi on commentary. How good, Adam, has it been to have Theo back amongst us tonight?
You introducing Statman again puts the biggest smile on my face. We've finally made it happen. It's no longer an idea. It has happened. Stat, if Aku are to win and hang on for the next 20 minutes, which is a very, very difficult thing to do against Pasco Vale, how big would it be for them?
It'll be massive. But Adam, before I get started, it's been an honour with you boys being in the commentary box. This is special, mate.
All shared the same there. You can't take the smile off our faces. We've really rolled it back tonight, and it's something we're going to do a lot more of, I'm sure.
Do you think Aku can hold on and win this game?
A lot of futsal ahead of it, and when you look at how busy Michael Nguyen and company want to get, it's going to be a long time. If Aku can score again, that might change the narrative a bit, but the way it's looking, Pasco Vale know that an equaliser is not far away.
Just for that challenge, Ahmed went into the book. So our first yellow card this evening, and it is a Pasco Vale free kick in a position of much promise. We've got 3 stood over it. Who would you have on this one, Stat?
You'd probably go Caro.
Caro.
But it looks like Nguyen's lining up for it and he's going to have a shot from the dead ball.
Lingering at the near post to see if maybe on a rebound. Michael Nguyen looks like he's about to absolutely leather this. It is Nguyen's free kick. Nguyen made a good save. Poblete got on with the flick. Nguyen recovered just in time. That is a
great save. I thought that was in, Adam.
He wore at the keeper, didn't he, from the Michael Nguyen free kick. Really enjoyed his game tonight, and the keeper was tall there.
Fernandez down the other end, flashed it over the bar.
Yes, Fernandez down the wing there, down the flank. Jeez, he's got some pace to burn, hasn't he, Ethan?
He's rapid, Marcus Fernandez, and we got a glimpse of it then. Caro and Pasco Vale are in a bit of a predicament at the moment. They need to find themselves a leveller, because Western United can leapfrog them back into third stat if they're victorious in our next game coming up.
Yes, I just don't think Kevin Lamb's had enough game time this game so far. He gives them something extra, Pasco Vale. Adam, what do you think?
There's a layer there with him, but I want to focus more on Kevin Nguyen. He really wore that first shot.
Well, keepers have got to do that. They've got to put their body on the line, Ethan. Is that right?
Absolutely. You have to do anything you can to prevent the ball from finding the net. Oscar Yee might be able to have a moment, and Jarvis Jin is doing just that. Quickly off his line to cut it out. Aku from the side. He lobbed it for Ahmed. Had Nguyen to beat, rolled it back. Oscar Yee thought about it momentarily. Looked to skip his way through. Oscar Yee flashed the shot.
Not far away was Oscar Yee. And all considered stat, it's a little bit open-ended currently. Both teams having chances at either end.
Yes, they definitely are. There was a big chance there for Aku to go 3-1 up at him, but it just didn't end up in the player's feet there. So Pasco Vale will like it to escape that.
Oh, calls for handball maybe there, Ethan.
Shouts waved away. Caro got rid of it from Fernandez. Poblete. Nguyen gave him an overlap. Garthon. Andre Caro again. Pasco Vale just once again working that patient possession. Nguyen tried to thread it into Poblete's feet, but it rolled all the way through to the keeper. It's Oscar Yee for Fernandez. Now Ruslan. And Aku third, of course, would add a very interesting twist into how they go about setting up for the rest of this game, because we haven't really been able to see them in a tight game where they've led it this season, Adam. They've either blown teams away or they've been chasing the game.
It's an uncharted territory for those in that beautiful violet kit right now, but well, they're not looking uncomfortable. It's not as if they're looking peculiar in this position. They're taking the game on, they're doing what they have to, and they're really making things rather difficult for those in black.
Andre Caro for Arturo Garthon. Nguyen stole a yard. Fernandez shut the door. Ruslan gave him a hand.
Oh, that was a tug of a shirt there. Did you see that, Adam?
Might adjust, but play will keep going.
And momentarily 3-on-2. Poblete for Caro. Pasco Vale so quick. Andre Caro trying to twist and turn his way inside. Poblete, Garthon. It opens up. Poblete flashed it across the face.
Probably should have done better, Poblete. Should have at least put it on goal.
Ethan agrees, and well, it's hard not to.
He had plenty of time.
He went for power, didn't he? He really tried.
He should have gone for placement.
Probably the right idea there, maybe for the number 23 for Pasco Vale, but well, they're still asking questions. It's just who's really going to be the man to equalise. That's really the main one at the minute.
Pasco Vale all over him at the moment, Adam.
Yeah, but they're not looking too uncomfortable, Aku. They're doing what they need to stat currently. And if they have a moment of fortune, they might find a second, although Pasco Vale just overcooking it on that time, but they are on top of them maybe, yes. The side trailing, but it's got to be said, Aku not looking too uncomfortable. They're just doing what they need to.
Here is Oski. Pressure not telling for those in black. Garthon
That's
heavy
a foul.
on the
That's a
press.
foul, Diaz. That's a foul, Diaz. Has to be.
Was not happy, the captain there. He's having a chat. Well, Diaz, as you like to call him, we'll call him Garthon, but the Raging Bull doesn't usually get
Fired up.
He doesn't. It's a rare sighting. But you've got to grab the bull by the horns. And wow, Garthon knows that he's side of trailing. He's got to lift to the occasion.
And like I said, he's been a decorated player, and he's a winner, Arturo Diaz.
Nguyen flicked it. Poblete trying to faction it. Garthon, lovely touch. Nguyen rolled it back to him. Andre Caro. There's a bit of feeling in the way that Pasco Vale are doing this right now. Caro couldn't faction a shot away. Those in violet are holding wonderfully, and Leong nearly got a look on the break. Garthon on the drive. It nearly broke for Caro. And once again, those in black will recycle.
Just a sense of moment where Aku are going to have the ball just fall to him on the break with numbers. And if they are to convert it, how it's really going to be testing a Pasco Val. The next goal's crucial, I think, in this one.
Lovely flick there by Caro.
Poblete couldn't turn it in.
How good was that flick by Caro, Ethan?
That was a ridiculous ball from Andre Caro. Just the weight on that lift over the top was absolutely perfect. It drew Newen in, but Poblete Adam just couldn't quite turn it in.
He could not. It was a difficult angle, but the doctor, he's missed out on better futsal this year, and I can tell you he's determined to get back to his best. You see it in training, you see it on his social media pages, and you see it on the court in glimpses, and you feel like those glimpses will be more and more frequent as time goes on with his return.
Got his first goal last week. Back in the Lions' den did Andre Caro, and he's shown certainly glimpses tonight. He's been a good conductor, and there he is finding Poblete again. Owen in strong on the challenge. Poblete pickpocket. Andre Caro had it open up. Looked at
Caro tried to dance around the keeper. He's turning back the clock, the doctor.
And Newen again. Really enjoyed Kevin Newen tonight. He's been courageous. He's really taken the opportunity that's presented to him. He put his body on the line there, Stat.
Right at this present time, he's man of the match. Ethan?
Too early to tell, I think, Stat. I'll speak on Ethan's behalf. We've got a lot of futsal ahead of us. I've liked Irwin's game. I've liked Noah Mar's game. I've liked Kevin Newen's game and Michael Newen. It's difficult to tell, but there's a bit of a four-horse race starting to come to the surface, maybe, Stat. Are those picks accurate, you reckon?
Pardon?
Are those picks, those players?
Yes, totally, yes, I agree with
What do you reckon?
Definitely.
Out of the four, who are you leaning towards more?
I reckon Kevin Ewan's had a very solid game. Important saves at crucial moments to deny Pasco Val.
Guff on for Michael Newen. One of those quartet for the man of the match out. Owens picked his pocket. Pasco Val 3-on-2 down. Leon with a loose touch. Newen has Andre Caro. Michael Newen might go alone.
That's a great tackle there by Francis Ma. Put his body on the line. Aki won the 3 points at him.
That was brilliant, Stat, wasn't it, from Noah Ma? Timed it perfectly, got on the ground, made the slide. He's clutching at his backside. He's going to leave a mark there, perhaps, on the court.
Oh, definitely.
Brilliant.
There'll be a bit of froth on the court now. We've got to get the froth mop out.
Fantastic from Ma.
Francis Ma looking to go beyond them all. Caro had a second stab and got it away. Leon, that's lovely footwork.
Lovely footwork there by Leon.
And a lovely
ball. Bang! Opportunity there by Aku.
Huge opportunity, Ethan Rigg.
Golden chance for Melbourne Aku to get themselves some breathing room. The Ma brothers combining.
Can I just say, Francis Ma, the last 30 to 40 seconds has been electric. There's smoke coming off of him.
Michael Newen, Ma again hot on the press. Jimenez did well enough to evade it. Poblete thought about it, tried to loft it towards Garthon. Noah Ma came away with it. Poblete kept it alive. Jimenez did beautifully to keep it in. But Connor Irwin, rock solid as he has been at the back this evening. Francis Ma's now
There's a chance!
Squared again!
Jeez, the game's lifted up a tempo, hasn't it, Ethan?
Could he have gone alone?
No, I reckon he went the right option.
A lot of pace on the ball, though, Stat, to try to find his brother from Francis. He's clutching at his left thigh. He's worn a bit of, well, caught on it so far in this one, but really have enjoyed the Ma brothers so far tonight. Francis,
They probably should have been on there more often, I reckon, the Ma brothers.
Adam, what do you think? As well to get the ball, Stat. I think everyone right now for Aku really playing their role well.
Newen for Arn. It's a determined Aku effort, and you can see it in the way that Noah Ma's leading that press. Jimenez had 2 to beat once again. They've hunted in packs. Something you'd usually say about the Lions, but Melbourne Aku this evening, Adam, when it's come to it and when it's come to that defensive press, have been so airtight.
Been very solid. It's hard to disagree. But Pasco Val will continue to chip away.
Arn looking to provide that opening. Can he carve something for himself? Oscar Yee said no. Leon did too, but they do have a corner.
It's a big corner now for Pasco Val, Adam, to be taken. They could get a goal from this. And who's taking the corner there? Sean Arn. Who's setting up? It looks like it's going to go to Jimenez, and I reckon then Diaz is going to hit it. Let's have a look. Out it comes. No.
Jimenez. Newen tried to turn, wins a free kick.
Oh, I don't know about that, Ethan. Don't know about that.
There's conversations from all sides here. The Chachi brothers believe that's got to be a foul. Kuimu, on the other hand, certainly in disagreement. And they want a card.
And they want a card too. Albion Kachi wants a card for that. I reckon it'll still be a foul. There wasn't much in it, Ethan. What do you think of it?
There was certainly contact.
There was something in it. Yeah, I think there was enough in it.
And the yellow card does come out, but I don't think it's been issued for the challenge. It might have been issued for one of the protests. Connor Owen in the book.
Really? So walking a tightrope.
Could be for dissent.
That's a clumsy card if it is, Ethan, considering he's played so well now. He's had that aggressive part to his game. He's got to walk the tightrope.
This will see another element of Connor Owen as Arturo Garthon drives it. Newman with the save. Garthon on the second couldn't turn it in.
Again, Ewing putting his body on the line for the team.
Precious chances for Pasco Vale going a beg. Inside the final quarter of an hour. Irwin couldn't go beyond Jimenez. That's a harsh free kick for a handball. Not a lot Joaquin Jimenez could have done about that. It's taken quickly for Oscar Yee. Newen tried to initiate the press. Irwin, Yee got it back. You can see them hot on him. Now Irwin again. Tried to clip it into Mar. Newen had three around him, did Michael Newen, and did well in the end to win it.
He attracts a crowd marking, Ewan. Every time he's got the ball, he's got two players around him. That's the quality of player he is. You can't even give him any space because it'll hurt you, Adam.
He will. He certainly will, and they know that, Aku. They've been very quick to get near him when he's in possession.
On for Garthon. Now Newen again. Only Irwin to beat this time. Tried to drive it across. Wins another corner.
Well, I'm surprised Pascal are playing without a target now. Usually, if Pablito's not on, Allison's on. So they haven't got a target up there, Adam.
That's it. In this game so far, though, Stat and Ethan, defensively, was opening the door for Aku. He wasn't too sound. Perhaps a bit more of a defensive reshuffle.
Oh, beautiful ball from Garthon.
Oh, well done there, Connor Owen, to get across and read that and kick it out.
Wonderful, wonderful defending from the Aku number 4. We mentioned he's walking a tightrope, so that aggression might just come to anticipation in the end. That was wonderfully done.
Would you take him off for a bit of a spell in case he gets a second yellow, Adam?
The match is in a pivotal moment right now, but you've got to feel like someone from the bench will have to come on and fill that massive role he's been playing.
Oh, trying to twist and turn. Garthon wanted to thread the needle. Ruslan in hot pursuit.
That's definitely a foul.
Bundled Arturo Garthon to the floor.
I'm surprised I haven't seen Kevin Land come on tonight so far in the second half, Adam. Is that a surprise to you?
I reckon.
He gives him a bit of his zip, a bit of electrifying.
I still reckon that's Maurizio Novak's ace in his deck is Kevin Lamb. Considering there might be a testing time in this game, they need some pace, need some firepower, and it's got to be in him. But his bib is off. He could be coming on soon.
Maybe approaching Garthon. Oh! Jimenez had a chance. Newen did brilliantly again.
Newen again.
Can't take it away from Fernandez, though, gents. He was nipping at the heels.
Oh, lovely ball there by Fernandez to Roslin, and across comes Sean Hahn. Poor, did you see that, Adam?
Love the defensive effort from Hahn there. Ethan, body on the line and everything.
Huge recovery from Hahn, sliding in and opened up for Ruslan. How about the ball from Fernandez? Corner doesn't come to anything for Aku. But that's the counter-attack you were mentioning, Adam, at the start of this second half.
They find a moment, gents, where they have a clear sight on goal. Howard's going to change this one even more.
Newen tried to turn. Garthon, Michael Newen acting as that target, that pivot for Pasco Vale right now. Had 2 to beat, went for the shot, got a loopy deflection. Deep side ball.
And just quickly, gents, not to forget, Weston and Carlton Hart, fresh off a victory, their first this season.
Could it be their second, Ethan?
It's a tall order, but they were compact against United last time. They only really came undone in the last 10 minutes. So if they can keep their discipline, they've gotten strong in their lineup. Yeah,
they're coming in with a similar team to last week. So I reckon they might push Western United, which I got now Angelotta brothers tonight. I don't know if you're aware of that.
But one of the big news for Western United, Skopolidis is back.
Yeah, Darcy Skopolidis is back.
A big in is Lamb.
Lamb! See, something happens when Kevin Lamb's out there.
Fernandez
big ball to win here.
Won it well. Gave it to Oscar Yee, just slowed it up. Fernandez It was a hot ball to him, Newen on the press. Nearly sold him into trouble.
That's your man stat, number 19,
He's not
Pasco Vale.
he's not my man, Adam. Every time he's on, he's an X factor. He's a game changer. He gets the ball and goes, and something can happen with him out there. He's just electrifying.
Oh.
Irwin trying to give some electricity to himself. On. Now Newen switches for Jimenez. Smart out ball. Newen once again. Pasco Vale running it through him. Tried to slide it in. But Newen again off his line. Confident goalkeeping. Taken quickly and they're under pressure straight away.
Straight away, the full press. It was a full press, Ethan.
Connor Irwin had to hook the ball away. 10.5 minutes for Pasco Vale to find an equaliser. Potentially something more. Aku could find a third. That ball.
Ethan, plenty of time if they're good enough to win the game, not only an equaliser.
That ball into Michael Newen, just two left of him. And Aku, once again, just let slightly off the hook by Pasco Vale, trying to force it at him.
Aku trying to force it there, but again, they just look so galvanised, Aku. They look so determined. Each play is a victory for them, a moral one at least.
Yee drifting inside. Is this his moment?
That's well.
Fernandez.
Oh! Should Fernandez had a shot?
That's the debate, but I will start by saying that was that moment I was talking about for Aku.
They cut him open, didn't they? They sliced him.
Fantastic move.
It's not if Fernandez should have shot. It should have Yee kept his run going. He has a tap in if he does.
And against his former side too, that was the headline all there to be written.
But Adam, he didn't want to commit in case the counter came. That's why sometimes he didn't commit. I thought Fernandez should have gone. Adam?
We'll debate it more, but meanwhile.
Can Pasco Vale hurt them at the other end? On, try to drive. Ruslan waited for someone, anyone. Oscar Yee was his out ball. Irwin. Pasco Vale pressing again.
Yeah, he does well. I thought that was a foul, yes. I thought the refereeing in this game has been very good tonight, Adam.
Yeah, no, hard to disagree. It's been solid. It's been good.
We've had a new referee for the first time in that series futsal, a young lady from Sydney. What's her name? No one knows? I think she's been very good.
Newen's clearance, not so good. Irwin there to clean it up. Gave it down the line for Yee and drew Lima well. Yee hustled out by his former colleagues. Now Kevin Lamb. Newen. This is where Aku have been so good, Adam, preventing that counter charge.
Maybe so, but when they had the counter with Ruslan, I would have liked him to just go on his own. Really, in that scenario where he looked up, if he just put his head down and
gone. Yes, Adam, I agree with you.
I enjoyed that from him.
Yeah, he gets back well.
Pasco Vale corner.
Hume ringing the subs.
Look who's coming back on.
Zaki Ahmed. He's silk. He's silk, Zaki.
Corner tally piles up. Fernandez cut it out. How'd it go? Audacious and inventive, but Jarvis Shim would have had it well and truly covered.
He's just turned the ball over there for me. You know, you just give him possession straight back to the opposition.
Can Pasco Vale capitalise on Aku wastefulness? Michael Newen. Certainly would like to think so. That's a smashing switch for Lamb. On. Has Ruslan for company. On had a drive himself. Went through a couple. Ruslan nearly should have got his head up and played Fernandez. He's driving on his own now. Crowded out by Alison Lima in the end, who prevented a corner. Clipped it all the way back to the keeper.
That's all he could really do. Aku continuing in that high intensity. Ruslan needs a spell. You can see him just jostling off and, well.
Francis Ma coming back on. The Ma brothers back on.
The Ma duo back on. It's a decent set of substitutions.
Yes, definitely, Adam. They
were
play well.
electric in their last spell on court.
And how we mentioned when it came to whether Connor Irwin would come off or not, I think they've picked the right time. That yellow card has just settled down a bit, and now they can afford to take him off because the Ma brothers have got that energy to bring back to the court. So a good substitution made at a good time. There's Lamb, Alison Lima. Felt the full force of Francis Ma. Pasco Vale side ball. 8.5 minutes to fashion something. Lamb for Lima. Now Newen. Just tried to drill it. Couldn't get it beyond Fernandez. On once again. Alison Lima. Pasco Vale forced deeper and deeper. Nguyen hit it too heavy for on. Aku again.
Done well there, Aku.
Brilliant setup. And Stats favourite Ahmed can bring it in. Francis Ma. Ahmed hustled by Chavinon. A stumble and it might open up. Fernandez hacked it clear only into on. That could have gone anywhere.
Bit of
You can't mess around at the back there. Take your Ahmed. If you're not sure, just clear it.
But I even say that much there, Stat. You look at Fernandez just saying, well, there's a bit of froth on the court, but that wouldn't have done him any favours considering the keeper was there to claim it. No communication. The ball ricochets off a Pasco Vale shirt. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah. Thank God for Aku didn't go in the back of the goal.
What a way it would have been to equalise for Pasco Vale, but what a way it would have been to concede for Aku. They would have really kicked themselves in. They're lucky they didn't.
We've already seen one goal similar to that tonight. The opener.
Yes, Java's the opener. That's correct, Ethan.
So it's been the night for it.
And it's got to be said, since that Jarvis mistake, it's really set the tone now for the perfect storm to happen in Aku's favour.
Grandstand finish well and truly upon us. Box office futsal in Darabin. Noah Marr, beautiful
Great ball!
Ahmed!
Oh!
Brilliant save by Jarvis Jin at the other end. How close can they get Aku? They're having these moments time and time again. Now they've got to take one of them.
They're just not working the right angles for me at the moment. That one there is a tight angle. When Jarvis Jin all of a sudden smothers his near post, there's nowhere for Ahmed to go. There's Noah Marr again, tries to drill it. Nguyen, a miss kick that might work out.
Maybe he should have gone for the chip over the top, Ethan.
It was his intention, I think, Theo. He just didn't get it cleanly, has he? It's been one of those second halves. That sort of summed it up so far for Pasco Vale. It's been frustrating. They've had bright moments, but it hasn't come to fruition just yet. As Lima, Fernandez picked it up! Wanted to have a drive.
From that distance, he probably shouldn't. He should have maintained possession of the ball. He had a couple of players either side of him and probably should have used them, because no keeper should get beaten from that distance.
Andre Caro for Lam again. See, Aku just dropped deeper. Nguyen nearly turned.
Oh! That's what I keep telling you. When Kevin Lam's out there, his quickness, he's amazing. He gives him that spark.
He wasn't far away at all from the equaliser, and that would have set the tone for a comeback win, you'd argue, almost at Pasco Vale. They haven't had fortune roll their way.
Lima hits the upright.
Albion Chachi just telling the boys it's coming, it's coming. It's right now, it's hard to disagree.
How on earth have neither of them ended it 2-2?
They always say a keeper's best friend is the crossbar or the post. That's two in the space of a minute.
Lima's corner taken. Lamu just rattled the bar. This time rattled it into Marr.
Oh, lovely back heel by Andre Caro.
Nguyen
side netting.
Slashed it into the side netting.
At the other end, boys. Look.
On the break. Ma, what can he do?
Held up by Lam. Francis Marr on the drive. Noah Marr dived in. Pasco Vale could now return serve. Michael Nguyen dodged not one but two, and the second.
They want two fouls, Pasco Vale, and well, they've got every right to want that.
Yellow card for Marcus Fernandez.
Nguyen so determined, he's just brushing off people as he's trying to break his way through. All right then, gents. Okay, Stat, 5 fouls. Aku.
Oh, there's going to be another foul. There's 6 minutes of play to go, Ethan.
With the way that Pasco Vale are pushing, I could see that.
More fouls.
The intensity of the last, say, 90 seconds, sorry, there, gents, is really upped for the side trailing.
And Andre Caro,
he's going to hit this, gents.
after the froth mop, is getting ready to try and curl one towards the top corner.
Big test for Nguyen out. Maurizio Novak feeling the nerves here, gents. You can see him on his touchline, arms crossed. He needs something to happen soon, you feel, for the 3 points.
Yes,
they
definitely.
Are to come around to Pasco Vale's way.
Because if Western and they lose tonight, Western leapfrog them.
Aku timeout just been handed in, so when they next have it, we will be having a break, but Pasco Vale boss pensive. Andre Caro with a chance to land a leveller. What can the doctor provide? Caro has a drive. Francis Marr in the way. Caro then returned the favour. Fernandez diving in like that on a yellow. Caro tried to drill it across. Pasco Vale corner.
Out of frustration though from Fernandez. He was convinced there was a foul there from the breaking mark. Not to be, and well, they're under the pump here, Aku.
Nguyen, Caro tried to give it back to Nguyen, and Fernandez had a chance to break. Andre Caro.
I thought it was a bit start. Oh, he's copped a yellow card to Andre Caro.
Nomar wasn't happy.
Yellow card number 7.
Caro in the book.
And Aku will have that timeout.
Ethan, I don't think there was much in there. It was just body on body with Andre and Fernandez there.
We'll see what to make of it afterwards, but timeout in Darabin. Scoreline has not changed. It's still Aku 2, Pasco Vale 1.
I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds. And look.
Back from the timeout. Possibly one of the most pivotal timeouts for Pasco Vale's season so far. They will not want to relinquish third, having gained it from Western United last week. Aku at the moment having their own crucial team talk, the relegation scrap that they've been drawn into. They can now find their way back towards fifth as Francis Marr, Oscar Yee, Caro did well to challenge and to keep it. Kevin Lamb, Alison Lima, 6 minutes for Pasco Vale to save themselves. Adam, where do they go from here?
They have to start really going for it, but well, before the timeout.
Still plenty of time, Adam. Just got to be patient. They've been playing well. Opportunities will come. Here it is. No.
You also think about it, though, Stat, where the timeout that was handed in by Hume, very smart considering how much Pasco Vale were building. They didn't want the ball to go out, nor time to go out, and it was a smart time to issue.
Definitely, Adam. They've been on top the last few minutes, Pasco Vale, hitting the post, running the crossbar. They've had the opportunities.
Kevin Lamb is looking to dance his way through, flashed it. Nguyen didn't get the touch right, gave it to Lima instead. Nguyen again. Lamb tried to work it back. Ahmed did well to win it. Nguyen, they wanted handball, it hit him in the head. Caro got to the back post. Kevin Lamb. Now Michael Nguyen again. Aku have been so good at slowing Pasco Vale wherever they have wished to quicken it up tonight. Caro and Nguyen trying to play the patience game. That's a nice ball to find Lamb. But they can't penetrate. Kevin Lamb tried to have it open up. Ball all the way back, dive in, and Aku have already had 5. Now then.
Oh, Francis Marr tried to downplay it. He tried to walk away like it was nothing. He embraces Kevin Lamb, but you can't run that tightrope, Francis.
Alison Lima stepping up. What do you think about that, Ethan?
I think it's an interesting choice. Michael Nguyen's been on it recently.
Correct.
But Lima wants to take the responsibility.
Really, really honestly, Adam, keepers should be saving it from this distance. It favours the keeper.
Time will ultimately tell. And keep in mind, it's his first starting goal. We've mentioned it for some time tonight, but Kevin Ewan, it's fully on him now for Aku. And what a time it would be, Stat and Ethan, for him to stand tall.
This is where you make yourself a hero.
You can make yourself big here.
Lima. Newen does it. Retreats! Lima rattles the bar!
Ewan's gone down. Adam, what's happened there? What happened? I missed it.
So Aku wanted a foul. Pasco wants a penalty.
Penalty for what, Ethan?
Newen was counting the seconds as
Hang on,
Ahmed.
gents, let's listen in here. What's going on? There's a few debates on court.
It's a very good point made by Ahmed.
What was it, Ethan?
That Newen was in fact injured.
He's okay now, but... Well, the mop's been called again. What happened there? Oh, what have we missed there, gents? What have we not heard?
Ball hit the bar. Kevin Lamb claimed it.
No, after like the conversations. Both sides were having them.
So Michael Newen was counting the seconds. He didn't think Kevin Newen was down injured. So he was appealing for a penalty. Marcus Fernandez wanted a foul. And in the end...
Appealing a penalty for what reason, Nathan?
The keeper taking too long to get rid of it. He wasn't aware that Kevin Newen was injured.
But it's an indirect free kick if the keeper takes too long. It's not a penalty. Isn't that correct, Chief? If the keeper takes too long, it's an indirect. It's not a penalty.
Whose ball's that going to be? Arcus, says the official on commentary side. Gents, this one's been a treat.
It might not be done yet. It's the sweetest instalment about to be delivered. Those with a futsal sweet tooth, you can gorge yourselves this evening. Caro finds Lima. Left it for Caro again. Fernandez in the way. Couldn't get away from it. Caro wanted a foul. Newen deflected. Pasco corner. They still want another one.
Nah,
that
wasn't a foul. Definitely not, Ethan.
Oh, hang on a second here. Caro's been having a chat with the officials. And Pasco Vale now have 5 fouls. No.
Michael
Newen. My bad.
Michael Newen went in the book.
I'm getting excited for the wrong reasons here. No. But the way Caro was talking, gents, I was a bit sidetracked considering it looked as if Descent could have been his second yellow. He was having a fair bit of the year.
Adam, I'll tell you, you're frothing at the mouth.
It's been a great game. That's all for Pasco Vale to do.
Lamb, Lima, Newen nearly stabbed it goalwards. Little moments like
It's got to be
that.
said, gents, you can't rule them out. We haven't ruled them out. But there's just too much currently in favour for Aku.
Crucial flick from Lima, but gave away a corner.
This could be very costly.
4 minutes. They have 4 minutes, Pasco Vale, to find at least an equaliser.
Plenty of time if they're good enough.
It's rolled out to Irwin. Ahmed tried to touch it inside for Fernandez. Newen couldn't get it out of his feet, then couldn't find Lamb. Oscar Yee might have a look!
Should he have gone to Marcus Fernandez, Adam?
He could have gone to Ahmed at the other side. It was wide open. There was options everywhere for Yee. He went direct, which you can't.
He shouldn't have gone solo. He shouldn't have gone solo.
Options left and right for Oscar Yee. They've had many opportunities, have Aku. Perhaps inexperience becoming a big factor.
Irwin important. Will it come back to haunt them?
Huge moment in this match.
Garthon down the line. Lima spun inside. The opening. Newen turned it over.
He wants a corner, Newen. So does Lima. They're not going to have one.
All right, gents.
Chachi wanted the corner also. They want something, Pasco Vale.
Would you have the... Sorry for interrupting you, gents. Would you have the Ma brothers on now?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know how to answer Stat. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. I'm sure Kuimu has something up his sleeve.
Final 2 Stat. I'd bring him on.
Bring him on, yep.
2 minutes. Soski Yee tried to drift down the line. Garthon did well. Won it as well. That's excellent defending. Just stopped Oski Yee in his tracks. Aku sideball. Fernandez trying to fashion his way beyond Andre Caro. Needs to be careful. Fernandez drilled it in. Alison Lima had to concede the corner as Oscar Yee was lurking.
What a great game it's been, gents.
It's coming towards great conclusion now. Aku weren't committing men forward from the corner.
Yeah,
They still have a forward movement though.
Still breaks for Ahmed. He nearly lost out. Caro quickly, hotly on his heels.
The doctor doing a bit of surgery there on Oscar Yee.
Fernandez, Irwin. Fernandez trying to go down the line.
And look what they've done here, Pasco Val, gents. Kevin Lamb has the fly kit on. They're not going to go out without a wonder. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at it now.
They won't die wondering will they, Adam?
They can't now, Stat.
I think this game deserves a draw, Ethan.
We saw it last week. Kevin Lamb in the fly kit led to a Michael Newen goal in the dying embers of a truly ferocious game against Western United. Newen's dummy. Caro just fisted across.
Lima throwing his body at it, just desperate to make some contact on the ball. Jin reinstated. Gee, it's been a close game.
Inside the final 3 minutes, Jarvis Jin just watches it trickle out.
Great game too, Ethan. It's been a great game. End-to-end stuff.
It's been an absolute corker of a match so far. Garthon. Now Andre Caro. They beat the Aku press. That's a gorgeous ball. Lima. Lamb. Allison. Lima! Whipped it wide.
Should have put it on target, Adam.
It's difficult with so many bodies in the way. He has to be perfect with his effort on goal. Very nerve-wracking 2 minutes and 30 seconds for those in violet.
Oscar Yee might be able to calm some nerves. Took a heavy touch. Rolled it back. Irwin, who was urging for it, gave it to Leong. Tried to turn away from Caro. Garthon then on the press.
Was there contact enough for a pen? Gents, play will resume, but that's a talking point in itself.
Protest waved away. Caro, Garthon. Pascovel have got a fashion something!
Goal for Pasco Vale. Number 8, Allison Lima.
Crucial, absolutely crucial.
It was only a matter of time that was going to come, gents. They were pressing, weren't they, Adam?
Sliding doors, though, Theo, at the other end. How close were Aku? They had claims, perhaps, for a penalty, which went silent. And the Lions have found a way, and there's still time for anything to happen.
Where on earth?
Oh, I'm surprised they're still going the fifth man, Adam. I don't know if you've noticed, they're still going. They want the win.
They want the win. They did it last week. They'll do it again tonight.
Garthon, Lima, who's hat-trick hunting. Andre Caro. Garthon, Newen. Cam! Oh, it's blocked.
Massive block.
Block by Leon.
And it means so much to both benches.
This is serious football at its best. This is serious.
Lamb.
It's no ordinary football.
Oh! He wanted the ball. He wanted the ball. Newen said, I'm going to write a headline.
Do you reckon that was being a bit selfish, Adam?
No, it was there for the keeper. He might as well try, but Luong was screaming for it.
Garthon's giveaway. Oscar Yee might have his moment. Thought about it.
There's no keeper.
There is no one in net.
Oh, is that a handball?
Fernandez not happy at all. Thought it was a handball.
Lima again. Garthon. Goodness me. Quickly taken. Lima dived in. Newen couldn't get away from Fernandez, who's hit the deck hard.
Bodies hitting
the
everywhere.
floor.
Moments happening everywhere. Things flying everywhere. This is really up
serious
to notch
football.
now. Imagine Newen was to go over the top and do what Apostolakis done in the first game. That would have been crazy. Minute and a bit left in it. Imagine Newen was there to do it. He's had a great game. He deserved a moment like it.
It also deserves a draw this game.
Final knockings. Will we have a winner? Garthon for Michael Newen, who proved to be Pasco Vale's magic man last week. Here he is again. Garthon. What can they fashion? Caro, Lamb. It's opened up. Drifted for Lima, who couldn't turn it in. The hat-trick and the winner was right there.
I don't know if anything happened to Newen. He's on the floor. I don't know what happened.
He threw his body right at it. He put his head practically on the line for his team. And he wore something. He really made himself imposing there, the goalkeeper. He's had a great game.
Fantastic.
40 seconds for someone to steal it. Fernandez wants to turn it violent. Lima through the legs. Caro's at the back post! Andre Caro! The The doctor has done it again!
That's what they put the doctor. Goal for Pasco Vale. Number 7, Andre Caro.
They've done it again.
A man with so many moments
31 seconds.
gives them just one more. Half a minute for Melbourne Aku to respond. Fernandez in the fly. Andre Caro clutch. The doctor may well and truly have just turned off the Aku life support.
Don't blink yet, gents. Strap yourselves in. Aku have to go for it now.
Irwin, Fernandez, Leong, Newen cut it out. Tried to turn himself away. Garthon got the other side. Over the legs. The net's empty. Irwin had to steal in. Pasco Vale will not care about how they keep the ball, just that they keep the ball. 13 seconds. Newen down the line. Lima still wants that hat-trick.
He wants the ball to be locked inside his offensive half. That's what he wants.
Are they going to grind it out yet again? Are the Lions going to find their roar?
The Pasco bench have to sit down, says the referee.
Garthon all the way home. Michael Newen anywhere will do. Fernandez a long way out. Lima cleaned it up. This is it.
They have to go long. 3 seconds. They have to go long.
It's doable. Fernandez lofts. Leong touches it down. They're going to lose out of time. Newen, the clock beats them all. And Pasco Vale win a classic. A brilliant game of futsal. Finished off by Andre Caro. That is why they brought him back. His biggest moment upon his return to the Lions' Den, and Pasco Vale cling on to third for dear life. For Aku, how big a sliding doors moment that could be. Full time in Darabin. Pasco Vale 3, Melbourne Aku 2.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Yalan. hello, testing.
Francis is working over there. He's coming soon. Really quick. Opening frame, yeah?
1-2. Alison Lima, a very gutsy come from behind win for Pasco Vale. Talk us through your emotions on court.
Oh man, lots of emotions right now, to be honest, but we never stopped believing. We knew that we could come back, and we did it. The 50 man has been working really well, and man, it takes balls to do that, and honestly Mauritius got that. It's being behind us and believing that we can revert results with the 50 man. Even if we equal on score, we can still risk and get the 3 points. That's what we want, 3 points every game.
Aki really took the game to Pasco Vale tonight. Was there any moments perhaps where you thought the Lions might have had it slip from their grasp?
The beginning of the game. The beginning of the game was not good. We didn't start really well. We had to really push back, push hard, and honestly, they played really well. Very good defensive team, defensive work from them, but we got back, and yeah, that's what we do.
Just lastly, a come from behind win really improves team morale. How important is that for the mental side of Pasco Vale this season?
It's extremely important because, look, we think as a group that we could have been doing much better than we're doing. So getting those points for us is a must, and we have a goal. We want to do as best as we can to get as high as we can this season, and we're going to work really hard to achieve that.
Thank you so much for your time.
Cheers.
From Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Morland Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือน
Francis Smart, not the res.
เพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของชีวิตของผม
เสียหลักในกีฬานี้ก็
Francis Smart, not the result Arky were looking for tonight. It was a great performance from your team and yourself in particular. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we played quite well too. 2-1 for most of the game. You're gonna expect every team in this league to come fighting back towards the end, and it's all about resilience, perseverance, really getting through it, really sticking through it. And I do think we let ourselves down today. It's disappointing to see the result turn like that.
But the positives from that game, there's some really good moments on the counter, some good defensive moments. Newen had a fantastic game in goal. There's got to be something to build upon from this, surely.
Yeah, I think Kevin had a great game too. He was solid in goals. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Tass for the next week, but Kev really did step up today. So I did want to point out to say how well he performed. Defensively, I thought we were good too, for the most part. There are a lot of positives we can take from this, and we've got to integrate them into working on our weaknesses too, I think. Really supporting how we're going to perform over the next few weeks will be a big focus for us. And yeah, there will be things that we can take from today. But we've got to give it to Pasco. They really did fight today.
Well spoken, Francis Smart.
Let's check out this desk, man. Let's say, I want to see how much froth is on this desk.
Good futsal have to be intelligent.
See, oh my God, it's all over you.
The most important quality now.
Colombia's glazed.
Very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you have a space. Enjoy the game. It's fun.
Hey, go fill it up there, man. Let's get it going, guys.
It's only a game, so they have to enjoy it. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No? We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. Each detail, it's important for improve your career. For the group. the group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the Euro Cup. You need a strong group and everybody goes in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Welcome back for the go-home game of what has been a brilliant round of series futsal, and the beauty and the closeness of this season is that Carlton Heart, who had a rather harrowing season up until this point, now with a win last week find themselves just 3 points behind Melbourne Aku with the possibility to draw level. They find themselves with a pulse, with a vested and renewed interest, and all of a sudden survival seems rather attainable. The door may be open. Last week's win was an emotional one, first of the season. It took them over the halfway stage to finally get 3 points, and they were spearheaded by the emergence of Alex LaRocca, as well as the expertise of Shaban Rajab, restored to the fold in super fashion. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi for the final game of a super round. Adam, what a wonderful go-home game we have ahead of us.
I love the way you just articulate yourself, Ethan. It's just not to get all, cushy and lovey-dovey on commentary, but I sit here and I'm just, part of me doesn't even want to work right now, because it's not work, of course, but you make it seem so effortless. No, Ethan, look, great to be here for the final game. The last game between Aku and Pasco Val was really an eye-opener as to how the competition's building. Look, we had Arturo Diaz, Garzón, talk to us about it post-match, and, well, he's acknowledging that it's getting stronger and stronger. Peter Partham was saying much of the same, and well, in seeing the quality in recent weeks, it's hard to argue with, considering how well each game has really shaped out to be. Hume had a lot of quality from New South Wales tonight. Our Morland Blues and Victoria showcasing their class. And I think in this one, it'll be a lot tighter than what people expect. Carlton Heart in a similar position, knowing that Aku have just lost. That's really going to put a spring in their step to try and climb out of that automatic relegation position, which is just becoming a little bit unstuck. Lineups, please, Ethan.
Well, no Tyler Lewis this week for Western United. A bit of a shame for him. He acquitted himself wonderfully in goal, but Lucas Grigg is in between the sticks. Erkan Rackley, Elias Parthamos, Tal Galpa, and the return of Darcy Skopelidis in as the pivot. And for Carlton Heart, Matt Jerami made his return last week, starts in goal once again. Armand Dawood, Shaban Rajab, Tim Newen, and Berad Bezadpour is the line leader. Strong lineup for Heart, strong lineup for Western United, who need a win themselves. Fortunes post-Easter have not been the kindest to them. Although if they were to get 3 points, it would draw them ever closer to a top 2 gap that will shrink with Fitzroy having the bye. They would have been able to climb to second had they beaten Pasco Vale last week, but it was a missed opportunity for them.
It might have just been. But what a win it was for FC Carlton Heart. They're first on the big court here in Darebin, and really enjoyed Shaban Rajab's return to futsal. Berat Bezapur looking at home in Carlton colours. Of course, a player that will, by his own merit, tell you that he's playing some of his best. And he's showcasing it week in, week out, Bezapur. He had a decent goal he scored last round and will look to continue in that same vein of form. Match around with the armband on. And Carlton were warming up, dare I say, in the 15th minute mark of the second half in last game. So they're really ready to go. Decent save from the fourth official. Shaban Rajab just with a clearance towards him. As Talgalpa will have a side possession.
First Western corner, not to fruition. Here's Parthamos into Bayrackley. Lovely 1-2. Parthamos going all the way and rolls in our opener with aplomb.
Goal for Western United. Number 6, Elias Parthamos.
A man well and truly in the MVP hunt. Gets United on the trail in the most perfect manner.
Pedestrian from Carlton Heart, really. We're looking to give them a big amp up into this game, considering they were looking very determined to get it started, but they've been caught napping from its offset here. You cannot allow Parthamos any space, let alone all the space was offered there. And there's no surprise that Western have hit the front.
DeWood and Hart needing a quick response. Bezadpour. 3 points or even a point would be crucial, and last time we saw Hart give a spirited effort against United. They lost 5-1, but Skopelidis has picked a pocket, trying to dance his way beyond Rajab. Mac Duran open to claim, quickly rolling. DeWood, Rajab on the far side, has got a yard. Shaban Rajab drew Lucas Grigg, and Tal Galpa cleared off the line.
So smart was Galpa, the man from Byron Bay. Shaban Rajab trying to continue with the crash shot form he's re-entered the competition into. Rajab turning, goes down, Skopelidis late. Frustrated was Darcy Skopelidis. He'll go into the book. Bit of a, well, smirk on his face as he did perhaps. He wasn't pleased. A mop required. And a chance now for FC Carlton Heart.
Lovely work, wasn't it, by Shaban Rajab, just to hold his position, to get the ball again. He'd gone inside and gone beyond Skopelidis, who just had to dangle a leg out. In that position, you run the risk of being booked so early.
It's just so great to see Shaban Rajab doing what he does best. Yes, we like him, of course, on the touchline. We love him even more when he's in the thick of it. All one there for his side as DeWood behind the dead ball, rolls, dummy for Bezadpour. Grigg gets himself in the way. Carlton looking for a very swift response. Duran cradles. DeWood. Searching pass. Bezadpour the wide option. Manupa Dupa to find Shaban Rajab. DeWood central. He's touched a bit heavy for his teammate on the far side.
Better. A lot better from Carlton Heart, who were a bit shocked by that United opener. It's Parthamos and Montiglione combine. Bayrackley pressed by Bezadpour. Parthamos. This is more from what...
In attack. Nick Parthamos not enjoying the football Victoria banneret that's around us. That hits the deck. Parthamos. Montiglione. Shaban Rajab wants to go on a rampage. Whoa, there's a massive change of direction from Charbs and Bayrackley. It was all unintentional. There'll be a yellow card. Shaban Rajab, almost like the back of a pack, really just launched off of Bayrackley. And you can see that the youngster of Western there, Ethan, was remorseful. It wasn't in ill malice.
Certainly wasn't from Bayrackley. He didn't mean to topple Shaban Rajab. But it provides another free kick for Hart. Alex LaRocca, who was so good last week, enters the fray.
Just worth mentioning, for a player that's only returned from injury, he's been hitting the deck week in, week out, Charbs, as DeWood will sting the palms of Grigg. But just a quick footnote on Charbs there, Ethan. He's been injured for nearly a year, and he's come back. He copped a falcon last week and a suplex practically tonight. Can't catch a break, can Charbs?
Gluak trying to break this game open and bring Hart level. Nearly broke the window.
It's going to happen. It is going to happen, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Grigg rolls it for Parthamos. Western United, much more relaxed approach. There's Galpa. Now Parthamos once again. Looks to cut inside, had 2 to beat. Galpa drifted across, looks to drive it towards Duram's near post. Nothing quite doing. It's rolled out Gluak. Inventive touch, LaRocca couldn't get it under. Bayrakli got a boot in. Alex LaRocca, of course, a real match winner last week for Carlton Hart. He was the standout in a superb performance. Gluak finds him. Bayrakli hot on his heel. Parthamos again. Bayrakli's second ball turns in a wonderful Western second. Well taken finish. Parthamos with a nice hit at the first attempt. Bayrakli followed in ever so smoothly, and United doubled their lead.
Goal for Western United. Number 80, Erkan Bayrakli.
Wonderfully taken. And Western United, good value for an early double, but Armand Dawood is looking to halve that deficit immediately. Drifted it back inside. Gluak couldn't stab it goalwards, and Bayrakli, who scored one at one end, cleared one away at the other.
They've had to be swift, Carlton Hart, and they've got some new instalments on court. Out in the form of Medina. Gulak just, at the moment, has been struggling a bit with his form. It's hard to disagree. Paint a different narrative. Gerardo Soto on court for Western. Has a glance around him. Bayrakli, lovely ball from Monteleone at the Dawood flick on, just preventing anything from transpiring for Western. Monteleone, Parthamos. Western really looking damaging when in this situation. Monteleone inside of LaRocca. Got stuck on the tongue. Bayrakli asked a lot of Parthamos, keeps it in play. Not around Medina. Now LaRocca wants to go on a journey. Western will claim that was a foul, which they've gotten. Carlton, the brief idea that, well, the advantage was played.
No real advantage to be taken. And United will have a free kick in a position where Elias Parthamos can grab his second. Got them on their way. Now can he add a Western treble? Rolls it for Moseni instead. Gluak in the way. Medina and LaRocca got in each other's way, figured it out. Dawood had LaRocca and decided to go alone, but Lucas Grigg answers the call.
Good goalkeeping. Spread himself, did Lucas Grigg. And yeah, look, it's been a talking point tonight, really, those situations. But you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You simply got to do one or the other, and you can't blame Dawood for just giving it a go. But Carlton, Ethan, it's got to be said, that's ferocity they went to last week with. They haven't really rocked up so far tonight, currently. Yet to be seen. It's there within their locker room. They were really desperate last week for a victory. They did get one. Of course, taller order, but not the same bit of oomph in their play. Just hope for their sake they can pick up the pace a bit.
Medina called on it. Kept it well enough. LaRocca from the side tried to fire one into Dawood, who got it all wrong, those two.
But even said, Ethan, the body language from Carlton looks a little bit flat-footed. Not sure what exactly the motive might have been for tonight, whether it was to go for a win or a draw. But currently they've just sort of rocked up and well, they haven't really had that identity they had last week. Moseni, meanwhile, Soto, double save. No, it won't be. It's Gerardo Soto to fire in a third, and Carlton Hart are currently asleep.
Goal scorer for Western United, number 20, Gerardo Soto.
They seem deflated, Ethan. I'm not sure what's happening here. Timeout call by Reece Interisi and company. Before we cross to a quick break, we just want to state that, well, we're not sure what's going on with FC Carlton Heart. They've looked a ghost from what they showcased last week. They have to go back to the drawing board and fast. This game is getting away from them as we cross to a timeout break.
สองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็
As we return from a timeout break, Carlton had to really have a stern talking to there by Reece Interisi. But it must be said, Ethan, didn't mince our words before we went to break. They look asleep right now. For a side that can't afford to sleep, they need to have insomnia, really. Has to be all systems go like such, but they have not come into this game with that mentality.
Certainly the momentum of last week seems to not have carried through Heart at the moment. All at sea on a night where they could truly revitalise their survival hopes. Western United, on the other hand, have kept it cool, have played the better futsal and have got a comfy lead. But Rajab trying to win.
Oh, well, it's been a couple of those. There really has been. I think Western set the tone early with some body use and aggression, but free reign really. Carlton haven't matched any of it yet. Bit sceptical in Carlton, given that performance from last week. That was a good one. You really thought that, well, they can build from that. And this contest so far, it's become a real distant memory. But there is time, of course. As Soto, Skopolidis, Parthamos, Skopolidis on a yellow card. So is Barakli. Block from Bezatpur. Can they build that of the side trailing by 3-0?
United at the moment are just so set in their style and in their shape. Carlton Heart haven't had any answers so far. And we said for Western United, they tended to start games a bit slower at times this season. That's clearly out of their system. They've really fast-tracked themselves into a cosy lead, and Mohseni might be leading the break for another. Rolled it to Soto. That's a lovely ball. Cut it back, and Rajab. Right place, right time to cut it out.
He was the mad dog. Just to really sink his teeth into this one. Parthamos got his shot away. Duran had to block. There's froth on the court. It's got to be a stoppage. And well, as for Fernando de Moraes, he's enjoying this one so far. There's not really been too much to fault Western on. Maybe a couple of ill-advised fouls, but aside from that, no malice in it. And well, they've really been coasting in this one. Griggs made a save or two, sure, but Parthamos and company on song.
Certainly a very relaxed evening for United so far. Soto for Parthamos. Try to work a 1-2. Hart tried to crowd it out. Galpa, what a big reintroduction he's been. Parthamos drew it, rolled it. Skopolidis, Parthamos again. And it's the pace of that movement right now, Adam, that Hart just cannot keep up with.
It's cutting. It's really razor sharp. And they tried to predict the movements, Carlton. And even though they might have, they simply just couldn't, well, get anywhere near the rampant Western United. You look around the stadium, look at the conversations being had. A lot of Aku players just remaining back with Morland, Adam Cooper, Apostolakis and Norbury. Speculative what you might make of that. Shaban Rajab. Numbers favour that of Carlton. They draw a corner.
I think it's something they need a little bit more of right now. Carlton Hart, just that threat, and Shaban Rajab does provide it. Can they work a way back from this corner? Flashed across the face and Newen couldn't turn it in. But that is something they need more of. It's Parthamos from Galpa, now Bayrakli. Western United couldn't have wished for a better opening to this game as Skopalidis tries to dance around Rajab. Parthamos. Skopalidis continued his run. Shaban Rajab tracked him all the way. There will be a side ball for Western United. Of course, 2 straight defeats in their return to action. A bye in there as well. 9 conceded was not the return that Dima Rice and co had in mind, but tonight, so far, it's going swimmingly. Skopalidis, Parthamos. Galpa was all alone at the back post. Bayrakli. Skopalidis. Parthamos. Now Bayrakli. Hart just sitting in a little bit longer. Galpa. Skopalidis. Western United being made to work on this attack. Jaram stuck a thigh out and got it clear.
Unconventional. It'll work. And well, that's all it needs to do. There's a bit of a lull on this one, Ethan. I want to start just asking questions to yourself and those tuning in. Next season starts to become a little bit of a conversation to be had. It's a great first season, still time left in it, of course. We might get your thoughts soon enough after this corner, but the question I'll ask you that you can brew on is, in a nutshell, what are we to see come next season? Because I feel as if it's really going to be open. As Parthamos controlled it, got his shot away, wanted something from it, and he will get a corner. Parthamos. In firm control now are Western. Skopalidis has room to shoot. It's getting messy now. Laroca can go the other way. Shaban Rajab at the back post. The quick transition comes to nothing. Parthamos. Skopalidis takes a slip. It's really dewy out there, isn't it, Ethan?
It is. It's been one of those nights in Melbourne as him and Barad Bazapur just introduced themselves to one another. It's been one of those evenings in the city's north. It's been wet outside. A lot of rain on the way in tonight. It's been a slippery, you can hear the way that those boots are just scraping against the floor as Bezadpour tries to twist and turn his way through a western wall. Did well. Newen drifted it across. Lucas Grigg got his angles right. Didn't get a touch, but didn't need to.
Great spread for a player of such height. He was decent to really just like an octopus, just get himself split open. Meanwhile, Naroka at the other end. At his near post is Grigg. He's wanting more shape from his West United teammates on court. Defensively, Carlton corner. Shaban Rajab calling for it. Laroka not catching it at all, I'm sure, the way he intended. Quick release from Grigg. Bayrakli. Shaban Rajab has time to infiltrate. His shot sets sail. Real let off that for Western.
It's a couple of openings now for Hart, isn't it? And they need to start making them count because Western United will have that chance to flood forward once again. It's hanging on by a thread for Carlton Hart. Parthamos tried to loft it for Mo Seni. Couldn't quite keep it in. Let's go back to your question about next season, Adam, which seems like it was asked an eternity ago now. It will be one of the most open seasons of series futsal I think we could see. Who gets promoted is very much a question worth asking. Currently in the championship, Western City hold that advantage, that automatic place. The playoffs look a little bit more interesting. Aku and Hume from series and South Melbourne in a good position, but there's a few sides below them that are just truly in the mix for a playoff place. And when that comes to next season, having all of these series futsal sides who are figuring it out, the quality has gone up as this season goes on. I expect that to take another climb as Power's looking to drive his way forward. Got some power behind it. Lucas Grigg parried away for a corner.
Well, Peter Parthamos was touching on it just quickly, Ethan. The quality in recent weeks has really began to just skyrocket. Much like Chaban Rajab's effort on goal there, and it's hard to argue. There's been very high caliber games. There's been a lot of talent coming across from whether it's international or on our shores in Australia. And you just start having those thoughts about what's on the horizon for later this year. And if we're to go by that, any indication, think about last week's Fitzroy Morland game, which in my opinion was one of the best games I think I've seen in, well, the only couple of years I've had a futsal. If we are to say, of course, we'll see another repeat of that come next year and still in this season, but you just think of how the Tigers are going to look to bounce back, how you're not sure what Pasco are going to try and do, you're not sure what Western are going to try and do, how Morland are going to go about it. Of course, it's presumed that they will go all the way and win it this season, but you really start to think about the intentions of each club at the top, and the belief that Alison Lima was talking about. He's not the only one from each club that has those affirmations and those thoughts. Of course, as I mentioned, a lot of time in this season still left, but as you just look over the horizon, Ethan, there's a lot to really be ambitious about with futsal come season 2 of 2025.
I like your sense of perspective, Adam. I think it's correct, and I agree. I think Series Futsal Season 2 of 2025 will be truly one to savour.
We say it every season, but I think this season that's coming up none more or less than ever.
This one certainly. I mean, my first season of Series Futsal, which is this one, has been a treat. I don't think we could have asked for much more drama or much more intrigue. I think it's had everything so far. It's had classic classicos, close encounters, third and fourth, even second, merely separated by 2 points as it stands at the moment. There's been a real tussle throughout this season. There's Chaban Rajab. Oh, that was not a good signal from the official.
He can't catch a break, Chubbs, and your heart weeps for him. He simply just cannot catch a break. He's been out injured for so long. He had to take the reins as coach at Carlton Heart. And he's back on the sideline now, just trying to nurse what is a sore right foot. And when he gets going, Carlton are a whole different team, as we saw last week. I haven't showed any of that tonight. A goal in these last 8 minutes, though, Ethan, could certainly get them at least in the right direction on the scoreboard.
Crucial. Absolutely crucial that they land the next, because a 4-goal Western lead just may be too tall an order to overcome. And they're certainly in the mood. Parthamos, more so than anyone else in green and black at the moment. You can feel it. He's just enjoying himself out there. He's conducting it all. As Monteleone gives it away to Newham, but Parthamos again.
Big block. On to Monteleone to come a bit shorter, a bit quicker. Did the cannon. Great season for Parthamos.
In with an MVP shot as the Wood flashes that across the face. He could very well come close and cut it close.
Yeah, the captain is having a brilliant season. He's in great shape by his own admission. In comparison to Nationals, he was part of the winning team with Fitzroy. And he's really showcased some of his best futsal. Had an injury last year, of course, in season 1, which rendered him a little bit. Didn't really come back in full flow upon his return, but meanwhile here, he's in the wall now, the captain. Grigg trying to organise. Carlton with a lifeline maybe from this set-piece opportunity.
If they're going to land a blow, it's crucial that it comes now. Gloak and De Wood, the two overseeing this free kick. You'd imagine Armand De Wood might give this a go. Western wall set. That goal well and truly crowded out would take something special. Do we have a strike of that caliber? We're about to find out.
Make us wait for it. Do the referees.
Suspense. De Wood runs over. Rolls it for Kluak. Lucas Grigg didn't know anything about it, but made the save nonetheless. A good bit of goalkeeping and a great bit of distribution for Galper. Newen's recovery, sharp, smart, corner.
Brilliant from Lucas Grigg. He made it look effortless the way he just flinged it off his hand like it was a frisbee. And the way it sat up and travelled, tremendous distribution from the keeper.
Corner taken short to Soto, who just tried to drive it through to Moseni. More of a loft deflection. 2 touches, another Western corner.
Duran wasn't sure. You can see the way he was not taking any chance on it as it just rolled and bounced out of play.
Another green and black set piece. Moseni to drive. Duran got down well enough at his near post.
DeCanio clearance from DeWood.
And sold short. Newen on the open. Couldn't get his feet right. Couldn't get the shot right. That's another. It's a half chance, but it is a look for Carlton Hart.
I need many of them. Although Galper and DeWood come together. A great season, Tal Galper, in Western colours. Moseni with the number 7 on his back. He's trying to sprout further in his playing career. DeWood. La Rocca. Gulak trying to hold things up. DeWood once more. Not sure which way he's going to lean towards. La Rocca gets the rub of the asphalt. It comes into the back post. It's well kept by Green. Now Parthamos has Galper, has caught to gallop in. Galper denied by that of the keeper. Duran does well. Soto reintroduces himself to the play. Parthamos. Back heel, trying to find Soto. La Rocca, good read, let the pass. Not much of the same. Western so quick, aren't they, Ethan, to just latch on to any loose ball in which Carlton might play at any stage of the court.
That counter-attack is lightning from those in green and black, and Carlton Hart were caught out then. Parthamos played a perfect ball into Galper, who couldn't quite apply the finishing touch, but that's where the problem poses itself now for Hart if they do look to commit further forward. As Rajab, who's back out on court, it's good to see that that right foot issue is nothing more than just that. Can they find themselves a way back in? Corner's lofted. Gulak on the volley!
Oi. That was a very sweet strike from Gulak. He timed it perfectly, Ethan.
Couldn't have caught that much sweeter. United happy to see it fly over the bar as Parthamos for Bayrackley cuts inside La Rocca. Parthamos once again. Skopelidis had 2 to beat, gave it to the far side. Parthamos. Quick 1-2 with Skopelidis. Bayrackley. Twisting, turning, rolling. Western United, patient, ever present at the moment. Skopelidis skipped beyond La Rocca wonderfully. Tried to give it to Bayrackley. Gulak, Bayrackley, it broke for him. He gives it to Soto. They walk it in and fire the post in the end. Erkan Bayrackley turns in a Western United quartet.
Goal for Western United. Number 80, Erkan Bayrackley.
When it broke to him, they kept their composure. We talked about so many times tonight, whether you go, whether you don't. And it was almost like to me, to you. And in the end, Bayrackley was the one to turn it into the back of the net.
Much that can really be said. Carlton Hart in this one, they've been a bit lethargic, a bit tired, a bit unsure. Their impulsive Chandra Jab's been wounded. Grigg's been strong, but hasn't been too much blood just pulsating through that of Carlton Hart. Western really just currently at leisure. And it's been shown, it was shown in that goal, Ethan, they just scored, considering how they were able to dismantle that of Carlton Hart. They practically walked it in, like you mentioned, and well, that's a sign of what's to come in this one. It's going to be a long night for Carlton Hart. They need something to get them up off the canvas. And they look frustrated out there. They're just not having that harmony that was on full display last week.
Western United capitalising as well. As Armand Dawood gets a bit of a talking to.
It's not happy, Dawood.
You can sense that frustration and that, I guess, the tension within the group as well at Carlton Heart at the moment. With the way that this game is going, is Dawood trying to hustle Skopalidis. Skopalidis did nearly well enough in the end. Lucas Grigg had to be short. Lumped it anyway. Duran wanted the trickle. Gave it to Shaban Rajab. Only gave it away as far as Soto, who wanted a drive. Bayrakli, Parthamos, gone away from 2. Thought about the shot, beautiful ball, wonderful goal. Bayrakli turns it in, but Elias Parthamos with the perfect pass.
Goal for Western United. Number 80, Erkan Bayrakli.
Bayrakli with a quick fire double, but Elias Parthamos, metronomic, and simply and utterly gorgeous in that ball.
Carlton just really uninspired tonight. They're looking long when they have the ball, Ethan. That's never, I mean, of course it can work, but on a big court that tactic becomes exposed really. And it's got to be said that, well, they've tried to go long time and time again in this one. It hasn't worked for them. And it's just really, it's flattening from Carlton Heart. There's not much. Western have been great. They haven't put a foot wrong. They've been superb, really. But even when they're out of possession, there's just, not to quote Angry Rantman, but there's no passion. There's no aggression. But there really isn't. As much as I'm not trying to be funny here, like genuinely, there's just, it doesn't scream of a side that need points. And the reason why it's deflating from neutral perspective is because last week they were fantastic. Aku are a good team. We saw their quality tonight against Pasco Vale. And Carlton just not really in this one. They'll have to go back to the drawing board already. It's looking that way. Dare I say, I don't think Western have played on all cylinders firing anyway so far in this one, Ethan. Do you reckon they have or they haven't?
I don't think they've got out of first gear yet, Western United, but I don't think they've had to. There's not been that presence and that pressure from Hearters. Western United have been able to play the futsal they want to at will, it seemed, in this first half. It's been a lot of the time.
We're going to go home tonight.
A lot of the time.
Peter's enjoying this one, that's for sure. Yeah, it's difficult to really paint a picture of this one so far. We've said what's had to be said, I suppose. We've really commented on what is in front of us. I don't like talking this way about Carlton, but currently they're not giving us much choice. Skopalidis for Galpa, for Soto, looking for a double hat-trick. The goals are Western in this opening half. Bayrakli's already got a hat-trick on a string for Galpa. Off-balanced, but it'll work from the keeper of Duran corner. That of the side in front. No ball, Soto up and high into the sky.
Once again, Soto's got too much time on that corner. Carlton Heart just don't pick him up whatsoever. It's almost too easy with how much space he was given. You don't want to say it, but I'm sure it's what Reece Introisi will be thinking as Rajab gives it away. Skopalidis for Galpa. Tried to dance his way inside. Soto. Bayrakli, who has shone the brightest of Western stars in this first half so far. Galpa. Switched for Soto. Skopalidis just dipped in. Bayrakli thought about it, tried to give it down the line. Bezadpour in the recovery, that's better.
It's a positive. It's something. Can't take it from anybody. And Bezadpour was there to cut it out.
Carlton Heart looking at a change. Ollie Mew getting ready to try and inject some legs and maybe grab something, anything from this first half. Which, if you look at it in comparison with last week, the two are galaxies apart right now. Another United corner, Bayrakli. Skopalidis had opened all the way up for him. Bezadpour got it under, pressed immediately. Bezadpour had two options, went to go alone, won it well enough in the end, gained the ground. That's the problem with Hart, where Western United have that possession and that build-up. Hart have got the options for that. They're not taking them right now.
They're looking to really force it forward. You can't blame them, but I really question how they came into tonight's game. They were looking warmed up. They were looking ready. The second they entered the court, to paint a window for you, everything simply went out of it. As Soto has Barakli, has options, great slide. It's well defended that time around. Duran, quick release, quick press, nice ball. Bezadpour, chance for Carlton if Barak can get his shot right against one of his former clubs. DeWood latches on. Soto, well defended. Namal Soma has a timeout in his hand. Wants to do on it for Skopalides. The official. Foul for Carlton Hart, says the official on our broadcast side. Santiago Lee takes it in. DeWood looking long. They're searching aimlessly long forward. It's a teething issue for Carlton in this one. They keep going long. It just doesn't seem to work any time they've tried.
It's coming to no avail. It's a tactic which worked well enough for them last week, but when Aku gave them the space, Western United a different challenge altogether. They haven't had that space in behind, and you can see where that frustration has come from, because what had served them so well was not there. But as we go to a timeout which has been called by Western United, they are well and truly in control of this game as they lead Carlton Hart by 5-0.
ทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
Returning from a timeout in the dying embers of the first half, which has rather lacked fire, unfortunately. Western United have extinguished much of that in its early knockings. They are already 5 clear. And as much as we talked about Carlton Hart, they've played some truly, truly lovely futsal.
They're not live. Go.
Has to be intelligent.
Now we return from timeout in the dying embers of the first half, which has rather lacked fire. Well, unless you're in green and black, who lead Carlton Hart by 5-0. And Adam, for as much as we've talked about Hart, we must give flowers to Western United because they have played some truly lovely futsal in this first half.
Maybe they have, yes. There's no taking that away from them, but well, haven't really put a foot wrong. They've done what they've had to. And it's evident, given that it's just really lacked imagination so far from Carlton, but they've been known to overturn a 5-goal deficit. We've seen it before. A game in which, team by Josh Fusco, that they had to win, or at least come out firing to try to get some points from. They just never got going in this first half. We turn for home upon this last half-time break of round 15. Carlton Hart, 5 goals they trail by to Western United. It's all for them to do in the second half. let's see what can transpire. Half-time.
There are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future, Australia is in the top.
Seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Morland Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right, a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไว้ข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home.
Return from the final half-time break of the round. A game which in the first half was dominated by Western United. They lead Carlton Heart by 5-0 as we head for home, currently 4th, and their stranglehold on it seems to tighten. If it stays as it is, they'll be 13 clear of the Black Army, but only 2 or 3 behind Fitzroy in the table, so they are well and truly looking up rather than checking their mirrors. Are those in green and black, and My word, haven't they played futsal fitting of that this evening? Here's Parthamos. Pressed by Bezadpour. Carlton Hart have it all to do. Ollie Muse looking to give them an early start. Berat Bezadpour thought about the shot. Medina couldn't turn it in. Neither could Mew at the second attempt. But that spark to the second half may well be there for Hart. I mean, it is a very, very tall uphill battle they face. They would have to be flawless if they were to salvage even a point from this point on. As Mew turned into trouble, then got himself out of it. Bezadpour. Skopolidis got a touch. Rajab lofted it over the top. Medina took it down well. Tussled, twisted, turned, won a free kick. A lot was made of them in that first half. They lacked a lot of intensity, a lot of pace. We're starting to see that right now. Hope it isn't too little too late for those in blue and white. Shabar Rajab to take this free kick. Western Wall set up, drilled it across. Mew couldn't divert it in. That sort of sums up their evening so far. For Western United, this will be their first win post-Easter. If it is to stay this way, Erkan Beyrakli had a splendid first half, and that was a searching ball to try and find Parthamos. Just looked to play it into his path. As it's been a rather gentle restart to proceedings in this second period. Adam, no goals to speak of just as of yet, but a couple of bright signs from Hart. Is that a sign that maybe, just maybe, the door might be open?
Well, for a Carlton Hart perspective, you'd certainly hope so. Duran feeling something. Dare I say there's no substitute goalkeeper on the bench for Carlton. Shafee's not here. So Matt Duran has to be okay. But, well, Ethan, it's been a slow start. No denying that in this second half. I think in a somewhat way between both opponents. Dare I say there's an understanding. Bezadpour. DeWood. Bezadpour. Carlton looking to just maintain possession, not do anything overzealous. Rajab, back to Bezadpour. This is better from Carlton. Just the finish not being applied. Ethan, you've got Wayfroth up on your phone there. What's going on?
We're looking at fixtures ahead at the moment. Western United have got the Black Army next week. In a huge game for both sides. Carlton Hart play Pasco Vale in the early kickoff. Side beat them 10-1 prior to the Easter break. So a couple of important fixtures coming up for both of these sides. Hart then play Fitzroy, who have already put 40 beyond them this season, but Hart nearly had one back. Rajab sliding in, second attempt, rolling wide.
Well, it's a pulse. It's something from the captain. It's good to see he's okay. And back up on his feet. He nearly fired there. Greg able to get his angles covered. That throw aimless. It's really... as much as we take the good with the bad and the bad with the good, it's not too far from saying there's not too much we can draw away from you right now in this one. Rajab for DeWood. It's really cold in here, must be said. Nice turn, nice block from Monteleone. Beyrakli wants to run at pace. Skopolidis has had a pretty relaxed return. Parthamos back to Skopolidis. What positives can Carlton try find in this one to take home with them for next week's clash? Beyrakli. Parthamos. Blocked by Bezadpour.
I think if they were to get at least a goal out of this game, just finding the net in it, okay, it hasn't been their night so far, but they did start this second half rather brightly. They had a couple of early flurries. If they can find themselves a goal, if they can maybe just claw closer to it. That's a smashing ball from Parthamos in the meantime. And Bayrakli nearly turned it in again. Those two have had some link-up tonight. United corner as a result. Taking a touch too quickly. But Adam, to answer your question, if they can find a goal, and have an improved second half, it may just exercise the demons they had and that flatness out of it. The intensity from here is the main thing for me.
Love to see just a good 5-6 minute spell from Carlton. Really showcasing what they're made of and their best. I think in a strange way they've somewhat conceded tonight already. So even if they use the next, say, 16 minutes of futsal to experiment, to shake it up, try something different, need to take something from this game. It can't just be the loss. They have to find a learning experience from it. If they weren't to concede, they'd be a win, I reckon, in this second half. If they were to go into the full-time result, having not conceded again, that's something they can take away from them. But if they can score at least a couple, it'd be nice to see from Carlton. And who knows at that stage if it's to happen quickly. They have a corner here. Duran reasserting the message that that was very good from the Carlton bench. La Roca, Shabana jab, hits the back of Galpa.
I think for Western United as well here, it's about bettering that goal difference as much as you can, playing good futsal. They get the chance to experiment here. And just to stay disciplined in this second half and to keep on the good things they've taken from it and from that first half, because if they do that, it sets them up nicely to next week. It's all about standards for them now and making sure that they're kept as high as possible, that they're not dropped because of the state of the game. When Fernando Di Moraes won't accept that as Rajab tries to drill one across. Grigg rolled it for Parthamos rather quickly. Options left and right. Bayrakli. Drifting, that's a beautiful ball. Galpa couldn't quite take it down. Jaram gathered through long. Bayrakli's flick on. Parthamos with a delicate touch.
Great touch.
Galpa. Drifting, cutting, driving just wide.
Love that touch from Parthamos. A lot of experience in it. From a player that's still got a world of futsal to play. So does DeWood. La Roca. Next gen of superstars trying to come through the Carlton Art ranks. Chaban Rajab. Bayrakli trying to no-look his pass out of that threatening zone. DeWood. Galpa in front of Chaban Rajab. Soto wants to go solo. Gerardo Soto still going. He is. Just couldn't provide the finish. The showman, Gerardo Soto.
Would have been goal of the week had it gone in. It's an amazing darting run from Gerardo Soto. It was beautiful. Absolutely glorious the way that he was able to glide through that Hart team, and that is a wonderful ball to find La Roca. Lucas Grigg did enough the first time and the second to clear his lines, but this is better from Carlton Hart. There's a bit more incision and a bit more purpose, which maybe, just maybe, suggests that there are things they can take from this second half. As Rajab rather sold the wood short. Galpa had two closed out. Bayrakli beat La Roca, tried to roll it back. Galpa ended up with it anyway. Soto on the far side, flashed it over the face.
It's a corner, says the official on the far side. Could have sworn it might have come off the frame of the goal. Official says it differently. Parthamos. Had shape, not the direction. What did you make of Morland's performance tonight, Ethan?
I thought they were superb. Hume came at them early and created a lot of chances, and the Blues are able to weather that storm. They're able to just see out a period where they would have openly admitted they may not have played their best futsal. They warmed into the game, but the second they got that first goal and when Robson D'Souza turned in, from there was no catching them. They really turned it on Ahmed Swedan in particular really impressed me. He's been threatening to just completely take over a game all season and since he's joined the Blues, but tonight was the night where he just came to the fore and was brilliant. He was so silky. He was helped by Enrique Pimenta, who had a good game, Kevin Dos Santos also, but Swedan for me was a standout, Adam.
Considering the calibre of New South Wales talent on court, Hume just never really pulled the trigger. Morland very clinical and having the chances to score. Really enjoy the game of Adam Cooper. He's been a consistent performer this year. As he matures, like fine wine, you'd think he sleeps in an oak barrel, Adam Cooper. He's getting smoother and smoother by the year. Second week in a row we've pulled that one out, but in all seriousness, no, he's having a great season, great campaign. He was clutch last week, and tonight he was defensively very sound for the Blues. He's really their unsung hero on court. He's just so good at directing them, orchestrating their movements, their defensive patterns. Such a great understanding with both the keeper and his manager. Such a long storied history there between all three of them. And of course Batagos in that mix. You know, still time in his career and his fitness, his performances. You just think, well, who knows what could happen with Cooper?
Are you hinting at an international return? Is this where this is going?
I can leave that for your own interpretation.
Adam Cooper, if you're watching, I think one of us may be your biggest fan. But he was marvellous tonight. I thought his movement as well was so crucial, especially when the Blues struggled to get it going a little bit in those early exchanges. He was always there to offer them some release, to offer them an out ball. And that was what helped turn the tide of the game in Morland's favour. Adam Cooper just relentless in his movement and always found the yard in order to work at his brilliant best.
Really have enjoyed, from a neutral perspective this season, the Morland season. Determined to try erase all those, well, narrow heartbreaks. Those moments of being second best to one of the most generational teams in SFV and, well, Australian history, that of Fitzroy. They finally might have just turned the tide to have one notch back in their favour. Really have enjoyed the signing of Ahmed Swedan. It's got to be said, though, that he has been just such a player. Meanwhile, La Rocca rather, never comes off the tongue sweetly, but Alex was swift there to turn. Greg was quick to save. Still life in this one.
Bezadpour from the corner. Galper cut it out. It's a lovely turn from Alex La Rocca. We mentioned, of course, how important and how bright a spark he's been in this Hearts season. Him and Armand Dawood are two for the future that they can build upon, as La Rocca's here again, trying to find his way out of a United corridor. Ollie Mew did wonderfully well to keep it. Got away from Galper. Moseni ripped it away from him, only for Mew to continue on his merry way. Missed the 1-2 with La Rocca. United on the break. Parthamos cuts inside.
Oh.
Brilliant touch from Duram with aid of the post, and Dawood turned it away for a corner.
You can see Parthamos asking the futsal gods, how's that not gone in? It was a good save by Duran.
Brilliant save.
Knew Parthamos was going to shift around Bezadpour, and he found his angle.
Skopalidis shifting it inside. Duram had a gamble, gathered second, went direct for La Rocca. Couldn't stab it beyond Lucas Grigg. Galper. Here is Parthamos. Wonderful cut inside, looked to have a go himself. Mew in the way to make the block. Mentioned about Adam Cooper being somebody who's coming along nicely in their futsal career. How about Elias Parthamos? And what a player.
Well, bit of a contrast, it's got to be said, though. It's crazy to believe that Parthamos is only 22 years of age, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, he's grown up, he's lived and breathed the sport. Galper testing that of Duran. Carlton really trying to break here, Ethan, but more important.
See Skopalidis, that's the goal he would have hoped for on return. See Skopalidis, that's the goal he would have hoped for on return. just to dust off any cobwebs, not that there would have been any, from someone who has had a superb season. They really missed him last week against Pasco Vale with the way that they went about it and the game plan they tried to execute, Adam. Scopelides would have greatly helped them in getting a result.
He's an important player. He's not really acknowledged the way in which he should be, Darcy Scopelides. He's a very firm combatant. He gets involved. He's strong. He's the team's grunt to an extent. And he's a good finisher. All good things to have. Parthamos trying to stroll forward now at Carlton. Backtrack is there from Western. I think Carlton's free kick.
Good driving run from Medina. Something they need more of. But it's a chance. Can they land a goal you feel in this building that this game? They land a goal you feel in this building that this game has gone away from them at this point. Is there a consolation? Is there a silver lining?
You hope there is. You hope there is. As to Wood. Well, the form Lucas Grigg's in right now. It's going to be very hard for Carlton. Bezardpour trying to shift his way through. Very direct go, Carlton. Getting too cute on the edge of the box. Duran practically halfway. To Wood. Bezardpour has Leah. Comes in. Decent save by Grigg.
Grigg's acquitted himself well tonight. From what he's had to do, he's dealt with it very, very well. Another good example. It's an inventive ball from Bezardpour. He's trying to drive one himself. Grigg again gets his angles right at the near post. 10.5 minutes left in this round of futsal. Western United have flexed their muscle in this game. Carlton Hart with no response, and Medina tried to loft one. Bezardpour kept it alive. 2 to beat. Rajab was on the switch. Leal finds him. Rajab to have a drive. Parried by Grigg. Cleared by Bayrakli. And a start all over again as Gluak re-enters for Bezardpour.
It's better from Carlton. It's more positive. They're trying to score. Got to take something away from this game. It's simply principle for Carlton to walk away from this game. They're not going to have 3 points. They have to have at least a learning experience. More than just what you learn from a loss. They need to take something tangible away from this game. That cannot be points, obviously.
I think the way that they've gone about it is Gluak has a go. Grigg makes a good save. The way they've gone about it in this second half is Parthamos. Duran came a long way, had to get it perfectly right, did just about. This second half's been better from them. They've kept possession well. They've taken more care of the ball than they did in the first half, I thought. They've created a lot of openings for themselves. They haven't been able to take one, but it's similar-ish to what we saw last week. Not at the same intensity, but in terms of the same creation and the same attitude at least. It's a lot better and it's more promising to see.
Mohseni comes in for Barakli. Parthamos, they're queuing up Western. Parthamos tried something Bezardpour-esque, which goes up and over the bar. Still some time left in this one. Nearing its conclusion, halfway through the second half. Might just have the chance now, Ethan, to flesh out the second game of tonight. Sleeper hit, Aku Pasco Vale. That's Manamosity at the end of it, but what a game it really was. Aku nearly. Try again. Aku nearly getting something from that game. And there might be arguments they were unlucky not to. But Pasco Vale showed real character to turn things around and ultimately get the victory.
They did. In the end, Pasco Vale, as Leal flashed a shot across the face. Aku, though, how important will that be come season end when they look back on that game and they had a 2-0 lead? They had Pasco Vale where they wanted them for majority of that first half. For them, it's a huge missed opportunity, and how important does that turn come season end with the relegation run in? Because it was a huge chance to maybe just settle some fears of their form completely dipping off, as that's a searching ball. Duran dummied it out of play.
Oh, I would have, not to cut you off there, Ethan, it would have been fantastic for Arcu if they got the points. But for Pasco Vale, by the concession of Alison Lima, they believe they should have been well and truly further up the table than what they are, and that's being said they're in 3rd place. So a lot of character being shown by that of Pasco Vale, and well, again, you just look to next season and just put a question mark around what they're going to do. I'm sure they've got something up their sleeves. They've been very determined this season. A lot of players circulating in and around the club. Cardo returning. Bit of groove being found with the players' likes, or the likes rather of Lamb and Nguyen and Lima and Jimenez. Of course, Mattis Asumsao, a player to return. He's been remaining involved with the club despite having other commitments. So you just don't know what's going to happen with them come next season. You've got Fitzroy, of course. Some great signings. Aaron New, Nepa Messina, Yanni Pira, Christian Peluso. They look rejuvenated with those new signings. And who knows if that's going to be it really for them. So we're excited to see what can happen. And even with Western, you just don't know. Like, there's a lot to happen, there's a lot to occur. There's rumours already beginning for what's to come in Season 2 of 2025. Morland teasing some things here and there about some internationals perhaps returning. You don't know what's going to happen. This season, we've practically said it without saying it. It's near that spot, Ethan, of we know it's going to occur. Really, it's 2 games away from transpiring. If there's any doubt, it had to have started tonight, you assume, against that of Hume. And, of course, last week, but that just didn't happen. And, well, the writing is on the wall. Hasn't been written yet, but Morns are close. We know that. We just now start pondering that next season, and gee, it's a good time to be a man involved in futsal.
I think there's also a real conversation over who can finish second, because those 3, Fitzroy, Pasco Vale, and Western United, are all bunched up now, given tonight's results. So there's still a very hot case that either of those sides can steal the title of best of the rest. As we're aware, we're a fortnight away from Coronation Night, realistically, results-wise.
Well, considering how interesting. Not to cut you off there again, Ethan. Just keen to get chatting on this one. It's a good topic, but considering that, well, Fitzroy are a different outlet now in comparison to when they first came up against the likes of Western, Morland and company. You really look at them and, well, you can sense even in the words they mentioned last week before the game started about how they've become the hunters, not the hunted. That really stuck with me, and I really expect that to be, well, if you will, for the cliche, printed in paper, on the wall in the locker room, week in, week out, throughout not just this season, but come next season. And it's just, there's many narratives going into it already. Meanwhile, La Roca had a side goal briefly. This one is still going. Not much to say about it, hence we're going on to different topics, but if we had a look at Carlton away from the title picture, let's dissect them. They return to SFE by, well, St. George Bulls no longer being a thing, not being able to commit to the longer season and commitments of SFE futsal on the big court. Carlton took that spot. They had missed out to qualify with Hume, I believe, doing the job in the playoffs of Season 2 in 2024. And with that being said, they've found themselves back at SFE competition, had a very sluggish start to the season. Only real positive to speak of was that draw, a come-from-behind draw against that of the Black Army. The Harris family were involved, that of Ben, Tom, and the father on the bench. And, well, they've gone a different way. There's been a different shape about them. They looked okay in recent weeks. Had a great result last week against Darku. Tonight will be just back to the drawing board and won't be thought much of more than a grain of salt. but in the grand complexion of things for Carlton, really just scratch ahead as where they can go from here. As at the other end is Galpa and Barakli combining, and Tal enters the goal-scoring party.
Number 4, Tal Galpa. Coolly taken. Clinical on the counter are Western United, and it is number 7 for them on a night where they've truly been imperious. But to just add to what you said about Carlton, that sluggish start to the season, I think, is really what killed their momentum. And when you get into that habit of losing, as they might be issuing a timeout, when you get into that habit of losing, it's a really tough thing to break. That draw against Hume was off the back of a couple of really decent weeks. And the win last week came off the back of an absolute hammering, to put it bluntly. And tonight, it's almost like they've reset to that similar setting, having gone so well the week before. I don't really know what to make of this group at the moment. I mean, they can take it to a team on their night, and they can sit in and try and get something from the game. But when it comes to facing any of the top 4 at the moment, they just seem to get blown out of the water. And having returned to SFV, there might have been a couple more expectations placed on them than they would have imagined.
Have a look at the next round of fixtures. Pasco Vale, Fitzroy, Hume, Morland, Aku. It's going to be very testing. They will not play on the final day, Carlton. Something in which could really impact them in terms of their season. Aku will play Hume come the 4th of July. Still a lot of futsal ahead of us for June and July. Be halfway through the year by that point the first season is to come to its natural conclusion. Breakaway chance now for Carlton. La Rocca had to latch on. They've got the numbers. DeWood readjusts, a heavy touch. Consolation prize for the meantime goes a begging, but they still have possession. But they have a lot of work to do against very high-end opponents. They will face off at Aku again, but Morland, Hume, Fitzroy, Pasco Vale in their way. It's really just hard to decipher what they're going to do from here out. Inward out, really. It's going to be very difficult for them. Timeout for Reece and Teresi and company. We'll cross to a short break.
We return from timeout. Carlton Heart 7-0 down to Western United. Their interest all but over in this game. Can they take at least a consolation for the road as they head into their own run-in? They do not feature on the final day. Their fate may be decided by then. It all does hinge on that penultimate game against Aku. Can they take from it? What can they take from tonight to try and build? Meanwhile, Soto and Western United are trying to take a few more. Goal difference may be ever important in the race for second. The top 2 finish still on the cards for those in green and black, who, if they were to achieve it, you would say they've had to do quite well, and they would have deserved it this season. They started brightly. They looked like Morland's closest challenger for a good portion of the early season. But since those new Fitzroy acquisitions, those Tigers have clawed their way back to being best of the rest. Pasco Vale with a win tonight. Just kept within touching distance. United are going to do the same in a matter of minutes' time. Having been superior all evening, it's been an imperious performance. Adam, Western United can still finish best of the rest.
They certainly could. And, well, it's there for them to do. They've got a decent run in home. They've got Hume next week. They have the bye. They then lock horns against Fitzroy in round 18. Arcu round 19. Pasco Vale round 20. Morland round 21. The season ends on the traditional rivalry, that of Pasco Vale and Fitzroy. Arcu and Hume will start round 21. As we look ahead on the calendar. And, well, marvellous could turn out to be, Ethan, for whoever comes in runners-up. It would certainly set the tone for the next season. I'm sure that the sides vying for that second, or best of the rest rather, spot will want to attain it. Of course, we're talking as if it's all been conclusively said at the top. 2 more wins for Morland. It's mathematically going to be theirs. Be reigning silverware for the Blues. A Clubs Cup in Season 1 last season. Otherwise, semi-finalists at the Nationals. Runners-up of SFV practically every season Fitzroy were to win it. They were always the bridesmaids. And although the rivalry is always respectful, which is great to see, it's rare in sport that happens. I'm sure for Darren Saban and company, knowing that, well, let's look at their remaining fixtures. The Blues have the bye next week. They return against Arcu. They got Pasco Vale and then Carlton Hart. Ethan?
Those are some favourable fixtures, aren't they? When it comes to the title run-in, Fitzroy on the penultimate day may have no interest in the title race by the time it gets to that stage of the season.
If there was any way to bust it open, it would have been with a win last week for Fitzroy. And it was the clutch moment of Adam Cooper to just place one hand on the silverware. Got the win tonight against Hume. And, well, you mentioned the coronation, Ethan. Almost like the Pope, how the smoke comes out the chimney. Could be turning blue if there was one for Foz.
First time since 2022.
It's been the longest time. And they're not far away. Bezard can find a consolation. The human freight train takes a heavy touch ahead of him. Still in this one. This game is still going. Appreciate you staying with us on it. It might have gone past its expiry date. It was really done from the opening 4 minutes. Parthamos for Barakli. He was on a first half hat-trick. Just really scratch your head as to where things will go from here for Carlton. Western City looking decent in the championship. Of course, they were in futsal. That is series futsal back in the first season of 2021. Very different outlook to Western City back then, Ethan, must be said. Michael Nguyen, Kevin Lamb, Aaron Fung, was a great player. If only you saw a bit of Aaron Fung. I only saw the last knockings of his futsal career at the time, and fantastic player. Really, really enjoyed Aaron Fung's on-court ability. Of course, formerly of Cambo, I believe, back in the day. And yeah, it was It's a shame that we don't see much of him anymore. I think he's pursued a career as a fighter, I believe, or a kickboxer. But he was really one of those players on court, Ethan, you keep a close eye on. He was huge for Western City in their first season last year. Kevin Lamb went to out of Fitzroy at the time. And players started going their separate ways, and Noel Sorma was their manager. So new shape to them now, but if they are to return, we'll see how they fare.
They're looking for an immediate re-promotion to Series Futsal, having been relegated Season 2 of 2024. They currently are on pole position in the championship.
Let's have a look at their points, actually. It's worth having a suss of that.
They made a fast start to the season.
They did.
9 straight wins.
It was all Arcu, really, at the start before they got promoted after the folding of Altona. Nico Gnardiadis, he's been seen on his Facebook, he's been enjoying a few beverages in the downtime of his career. Unsure if he will return, but will be the hottest property as a manager. That's a free agent.
As LaRocca picks Scalper's pocket, squares it for power, and Carlton Hearts do get one back in the end. Goal scorer for Carlton Hearts, number 21, Aidan Power.
Consolation prize, they do get it, Carlton. They will take something home from this game.
Brilliant. Taken truly well by LaRocca, who could have blazed away and gone himself. Even with the situation the game is in, he kept his head. And they get one for the road. They get a consolation prize, Carlton Heart. An evening to forget for them. And they may actually be on for a quick fire double. Rajab tried to stab one into Leal. A night to forget for them, but their season is not over. They still have a lot to play for. We did speculate that they may need 2 wins to stay up. 4 points may be enough, as is how close the relegation battle is this season, but a performance like this tonight, one that they can forget. The positive is they've got a goal. Blemished to Western United, clean sheet, and a much improved second half, you have to say. 5 without reply in the first, 2-1 in the second, so a big improvement. But the whistle beats them, and they round out the round with a hefty defeat. Western United close the gap to Fitzroy. Full time, it's Western United 7, Carlton Heart 1.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid.